be taken by Joann, and we very much look forward to what you have to say. Thank you, Joann. And please do keep to 15 minutes. I will remind you as you're getting close. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay, here we are. Thank you. I don't know what to do about this. Hello, good morning, everybody. I'd like to send the apologies for my colleague Shirley, but she was really unwell last night. But I hope to be able to do a good job for her. This is a presentation which was prepared jointly by herself, myself, and Professor Reuben Grima, who at the end of the session will be happy to take questions because I'm afraid I need to be absent for that session. So, okay. So what is this is a presentation about a site which we all three of us are very passionate about. It is one of our megalithic sites, which is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. And it is also a site which, since its discovery in the early 20th century, has undergone a series of, let's just call them for now, interventions, which varied a great deal. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to explain a little bit about the site itself and why it is important. What happened since its discovery, but placed in a contextual timeline. So basically what was happening there at the time was not in a vacuum. It was very much reflecting what is happening in the rest of at least Europe at the same time. So we are trying to put it in the context of where the decisions came and the context in which they were operating at the time. So let's talk briefly about the temples themselves. Okay, we have a series of 7 megalithic sites which are on the UNESCO World Heritage List, but they are as one entry. So they are a series, they are a group. And this was one which was the last to be discovered accidentally, but it was also the one which was scientifically excavated. So it's the one which, at least for the knowledge and the information at the time, was the site which was able to give us the most evidence of what was happening at the time, rather than the other sites, which were practically only cleared. So it was really, before that, it was just a question of, let me see what I can find, rather than let me excavate scientifically. Okay, and that is Malta. We always try to do it because the number of questions I get is Malta and South Africa, South America, or things like that. So that is Malta. That is a view of the Tarxien temples. And here you have some information that they are the earliest part of a series, which are the earliest stone buildings of such complexity in the world. Now we have Göbekli Tepe. I'm not going to talk about that. And it was built during the 4th and 3rd millennium BC. And it's, as I said, because of the way it was excavated, it revolutionized the understanding of Maltese prehistory when it was discovered. But it does present, from our sites, one of the site with the most number of interventions over time, which started very early in the 20th century. And as I said, it is inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. And that picture, I think, is important that you look a bit at it, because in this view, it encompasses many of the interventions we will be talking about. So you have things like, obviously, like the walkways and the facilities for visitors. But there is also a lot of cement capping, which I will be talking about later. But here you've got a view of some of the interventions. So let us see what was happening in the world at the time when this was happening. Okay, so we do have cases of, let's just call them enthusiastic restorations, which took place over time. We are in the context of what was happening in Knossos, for example, in Pompeii, but also in Piazza Armerina. So we have the context here of some of the interventions which are very similar to those which were carried out at the Tarxien temples, but also which were happening elsewhere. And then we've also focusing on the Athens Charter and the Venice Charter, because a number of the interventions did take place even before the Athens Charter. So the guidance, the guidelines, okay, let me see what others are doing, but it was not really any good guidance to follow. Okay, so the temples themselves, okay, they were discovered in 1913. They were excavated by this archaeologist, Sir Themistocles Zamit, who is was a person in Malta whom I like to call our Vitruvian man, because he was the rector of the university, he was a researcher on medicine, he was an archaeologist, and he was good at all of them. So he excavated this site quite scientifically, and then he brought to light the stratigraphic evidence of the end of the Neolithic temple culture and early Bronze Age. And it had a very, very rich concentration of Neolithic relief sculpture, which is also one of the reasons why some of the interventions were motivated. Okay, so the interventions, first of all, prior to the Venice Charter, which took place, and here you see some of the interventions took place even as early as 1915, 1920. So this is where some of the concerns started showing themselves. We have, I'm a materials scientist, okay? I'm not an archaeologist, so I do want to give a tiny window on the materials, and the stone that we have is extremely susceptible to salt damage. So at the point, they were already seeing some of these problems. So they were having some interventions, which included, for example, covering the existing decorations with copies, just covering them to try to keep them in situ. Some sort of primitive shelters started being erected, but also there was a proposal and money was obtained to actually, at the time we were talking about very early, we're talking about 1935, to have a big shelter over the site. Unfortunately, although the money was there, the war intervened, World War II came along, nothing could take place. After the war, it was found that the money was absolutely not sufficient for that ambitious project. And then they shifted to something which was by far less reversible. And therefore, what happened then, as you can see there, in the 1950s, we had concrete capping. Concrete was the material of the day. It was the salvation of everybody's problems. It was the super material. And the megaliths, because they wanted to restate the actual form of the temple, so the visitor could actually see what the temple was like. Some of the megaliths, this was in a field which was being plowed, so some of the megaliths were pretty low. They were reconstructed, the top part was reconstructed, but directly attached to the stone with concrete. Something we still have to this day, and something which is, I think, going to stay there. It's also important to look at the political context in Malta, because we were a British colony up till 1964. So the decisions that were being taken were not being taken by us. Sorry, Nigel, they're being taken for us by the British. So we had very little say in what was happening. Then we had independence, became a republic, and joined the EU. So you have to look at these decisions in the context of what the British government was doing even elsewhere. Okay, now let us try to hone in a bit on the philosophical and ethical issues. First of all, as I said, some of the interventions took place even before the Athens Charter. So this guideline came along during the time when new interventions were being done or being planned or being simply continued from previous. Okay, so this is some of the points which, and then when the Athens Charter came along, it started to guide then the interventions after that. Okay, so as I said, we had situations of things being left in situ, but either covered or protected in some way. But and then we also had a situation, when the megaliths, decorated megaliths, started being moved indoors. So what did we have? We had these very interesting, that we're talking of 1915 to 1930. Certain Mizamit, his vision really, because he was a visionary, his vision was to actually reinstate the height, simply the height of the megaliths with dry stone walling. And you can see at the bottom, you can see an idea of what he was doing. So he was basically placing stones, even where there were missing megaliths, but simple dry stone walling, 100% reversible. He was placing it there to give you the shape, to give you the height, to give you an idea of what the temple was actually looking like. And up there you have an example of the facing, which was put over the decorative blocks. But then at some point, another decision was taken. The facing was kept. The original block was moved indoors, and then a simple plain block was placed with the replicas on top of it. So it was a series of changes. Okay, then we have a very big, we have a very important situation where we have these two reliefs at the top. These two reliefs were not moved indoors, and the reason was probably a logistic one. They are very big, and they have a problem. They had a problem to move them. So these were had a small temporary shelter put over them. This is a very, very early shelter. This is 1930s. Very simple, very crude, but okay, already awareness of what is possibly driving the deterioration even at the time. And then the capping happened on these blocks as well. Unfortunately, the cement capping happened on these as well. Okay, also there was this is a copy. A colossal statue was found there. This was moved indoors and replaced by this very, I must say, quite crude copy, which is still there, and the statue is still indoors. Okay, and these are some of the points I've already mentioned. Here you can see inside the museum, National Museum of Archaeology, we have the curator here who I think during coffee break can explain all about it. The decorated blocks are indoors. Okay, and this is the concrete capping. As I said, the idea was for a reversible shelter. The war stepped in, money was not enough, and therefore what happened was that these replaced. We have only one situation. You can see the one on the far right, where we still have the dry stone walling in situ. Everything else is either covered in concrete or replaced in concrete. And concrete, as I think, as we all know, is, to put it mildly, terribly difficult to remove without damaging the friable stone underneath. Okay, so after the Venice Charter, what happened after the Venice Charter? Again, as regards the decision-making process. So here we have, again, we've got the political timeline, but we've also got the interventions which took place. First of all, by the 1980s, the rudimentary shelter, which was put up by Temizamit, had disappeared. We don't know how. It could have broken down. It could have flown away. We don't know. So it was replaced in the 1980s by, again, a rough, crude shelter just over those two reliefs. There was a problem with two megaliths. This is a long story, but these were seen to have ship graffiti, and they were not recognized at the very beginning. Later on, they were recognized as being quite important, and therefore, because they were deteriorating very rapidly, a decision was taken to move them indoors and replace them with copies. And that happened in round about 2007. As I said, the shelter was over the Bullenza was replaced in 1980. And then in 2015, Malta joined the European Union and we had access to ARDF funds, and a large amount of the money was actually dedicated by the Malta government for heritage. A lot of it went into heritage, and the temples were one of the beneficiaries, and a large tensile structure was built over the Tarxien temples, but also another 2 temples of the same series. Hajar Ibn Najdra.
Joann, you moved to conclusion.
Yes, I will. Okay, so just what was happening at the time, again, as regards the various charter and the Borough Charter. These are all the charters which are now the guidance, the way forward for Heritage Malta in taking care of the sites. So this, I think, I will be just repeating things that you know a lot. So these are just pointers towards the guidance. These are the shelters. These are the megaliths which have been moved indoors, and what guided the movement of those blocks indoors. And then these are the shelters which are present there now, with all the motivations, the scientific motivations for putting up the shelter. So basically, our conclusions are these, okay, that, but this is a question really from my end. I am not an archaeologist, but from my end, the big question is, do these shelters, do these interventions now have now historic value, open brackets, even though some of them may be harming the site? Question to you. The evidence of the dry stone walling definitely has got historical value, the tensile structure itself, and the past interventions, which we emphasize a lot to our students. They were correct at the point at which they were taken. It's useless with hindsight saying, oh my goodness, how bad they were. It doesn't make sense. So basically, that's it.
Thank you, Joann. And thank you for stepping in to deliver that. Excellent. Whenever you criticize the British, I declare myself Irish, so that's okay. That's great. Yeah, both. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. So, Franceen, a second presentation from Malta. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. I will be continuing from what Profs. Joann Cassar just presented, but my aspect is more of how the people from the 19th, early 20th century got to protect these archaeological sites that we still see today. So, as you can see from the title, from destruction to preservation, up from the early 1900s onwards, as Prof. Joann Cassar just mentioned, we were under the British administration. Everyone, okay, sorry. The British used to take over those archaeological sites. But as Prof. Joann Cassar already mentioned as well, I work at the National Museum of Archaeology. The National Museum of Archaeology, we don't only house stones, relics, artifacts from archaeological sites, but also we have a beautiful collection of over 1,000 glass negatives from this period, from the early 20th century. And as you can see here, they say not only the story of sites, but also how they were kept, how they were photographed, and also events that unfortunately we don't have a lot of information about. This person is Ser Temizamit, and as I mentioned, the Museum of Archaeology also has his notebooks, his archaeological notebooks, his scientific documentation, as it was previously noted. And thanks to this person, we have a lot to give, a lot of thank yous to give as a Maltese nation. For example, this site over here is in Tachaki. It's in Rabat. As whoever is not familiar with Malta, Malta is an archaeological site itself. Wherever we dig, every area in Malta, it's urban archaeology. So thanks to Temizamit, we have the notion of where these sites were. Sites like these, unfortunately, were lost. Thanks to the blast negatives, thanks to his notes, we still have them. And not only Temizamit, we had these pioneers in Maltese archaeology. We have Caruana, that was a simple librarian, but documented sites after sites. He was a priest. The second one is Father Magri and Temizamit. And I must say thank you to one British person. His name is Lieutenant Mary Goodweather. Why? Because the lieutenant, he was the one that initiated the notion of opening a museum in Malta in 1903. This research was presented at the museum as an exhibition up to the last month, and we were lucky enough that some of the sites, that due to the preservation and protection of these sites, we could expose them. But I'm going to explain this in the next slides. This is a small timeline for whomever is not familiar with the Maltese history. The blue section is showing the first instances where they felt the notion that where we needed a legislation, we needed a law that protected these sites. And in fact, it's saying that there was the royal visit, 1903, the first committee of management was settled, the first curator, we see Temizamit as a curator, another role with the many that he had. Then we start seeing the episodes of destructions, unfortunately. We have Kerchem and Gozo, 1910. We have a successful story of Boana, an excavation done during urban archaeology that was quite new to that time, 1910, but we have a success story of that. Then we have the history. The green part, it starts from 1915 up to recent times, 2002, where we have the Cultural Heritage Act. That it's still going on today. It was modified, but 2002, it was the main law. These are the minutes. Why did I put a slide to this? Because it was thanks to this register that I could trace every little piece, every little jigsaw puzzle that I had for this history. The first one, as you might see, it's called the Committee of Management, later changed to the Antiquities Committee. Now, this is how the story unfolds. The story of Kerchem. I heard about this story. I thought it was a myth. 20 years ago, I was still in secondary school. One of our professors said that the Maltese destroyed a site to make way for a church. I could not believe it. Working at the museum, I came up with this folder that only had photographs of a site, megalithic remains in Kerchem, and a note, 1907, Museum's Annual Report. Obviously, Franceen, what did you do? I grabbed the registers of all the letters that were documented within the museums, the connections, the correspondences, and that is when the story started building up. From the registers, you can see at the top, Father Magri, that priest, the image of that priest that I showed you before, he notified in 1906 that a beautiful discovery of a megalithic structure was found in Gozo. He even paid security. He did a borderline. He managed the site for him just until the committee went to excavate the site. Unfortunately, 5 months after, it was destroyed. We have another letter by Magri stating the site was destroyed to remove the stone, to produce quarrying, to build the facade and a part of the oratory. No one could be not executed, fined, or given, because there was no law for that. They were so angry that no one could stop the Maltese, because the first thing they said, it's my property, I can do whatever I want. Nothing was there to stop them. And you can see the anger, you can feel the anger in their letters, you can feel it, that they were upset. Another episode that we see here is the Corradino megaliths. Unfortunately, part of them, especially the one that we're seeing from the photo, were destroyed during World War II. But the committee went to visit them and they were so upset as well, again, mentioning that they were pulled down and they were vandalized. Again, one story after another. It wasn't, I'm not very happy to state it here, it wasn't only coming from the British and the colonization mentality, but also the Maltese. The Maltese gave more way to have a beautiful festa, to create a beautiful church, and reusing these megaliths for their house, for their churches. And that is a very unfortunate story. But thanks, a few years later, we have the first ordinance, the Protection of Antiquities Ordinance. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. But luckily, 6 months after, during urban archaeology, a group of workers were building a road. So we're talking about not in the middle of Rabat where everyone can see them, but in the middle of the field, building a road. They trenched through a Neolithic burial. It was the first Neolithic burial ever discovered after the Hypogeum. And it was a lucky discovery. Why? They called up the curator from the museum. Temiz Amit was brought in. We have his notes on the top, and we also have his thoughts of when he was excavating. When he removed the layer, the first thing he said, that red ochre looked like blood on top of the bones. That's, for me, it's fascinating. It's a very important aspect that an archaeologist gives his first glance of what he's seeing. And those are the photographs that we're taking for the archaeological excavation documentation. And this is during the exhibition that we still have the red ochre in place. We still have his notebooks. We still have his reports. But thanks to this ordinance that was there to protect these sites. If that little bit of rules were not in place, who knows, this site would have been destroyed as the others. Now, after 1910, a lot of institutional changes started happening. The committee was dissolved. 1915, the Antiquities Committee was reestablished. But the most important thing that when you see their notes, their minutes, this phrase just, they had an aim. This committee, this group of people, they had an aim to protect archaeological sites, antiquities, whatever immovable and immovable goods, whatever was coming in properly out from the country. People that owned art, for example, could sell whatever they want. And this phrase from the committee was created for the safeguard of antiquities of these islands, and it should be kept informed of everything in connection with the subject. Why am I saying that? Because another beautiful story started involving the church. Why? Because a particular church in Valletta, the oratory was being demolished without saying to anyone, without informing the committee, without informing the government. They just said, it's our property, and we're talking about the church that had 1/3 of the land occupied in Malta. They were so rich, they're still rich, But we're talking about an entity that in Malta was very, very, very powerful. And no act, no legislation covered for them to stop what they were doing. Now, a success story. Temizami during the same period before the church issue was 1923. 1922, we have a report to Temizami. Someone reported a land in Mtarfa in Rabat, a very, very rich of archaeology land. And they reported that the owner that the land was leased to by the British government, he was destroying it. He was destroying the surface. This land, he knew that it was very important. And in fact, he went there on site. He stopped the works. He stopped the owner. They regave another lease to the owner. And he put this land, as you might see over there. Those are the plans that Temizami and others that followed used to put to preserve those sites. So he literally preserved the site. He couldn't touch it. A good outcome of this was that 2 years after, a Phoenician tomb was found nearby where we can still see this Proto-Corinthian bowl that it's still exhibited at the museum. So at least their efforts for fighting for those archaeological sites, we still have them to this day. Now, 1924, they were fighting to have a better law, a better legislation that can preserve them. These are all the notes from their minutes, seeing how to find a way to remove the loopholes. Contractors, church, they always find loopholes. Everyone, when they have these archaeological sites, they say, oh, yes, I have the law, but there is this little, so they were trying to remove loopholes from this legislation. And in fact, thanks to these people, in 1925, we have the first official act, the Protection of Antiquities Act in 1925, and it's been basically 101 years now. Apart from the act, we have a list of buildings that were noted in the legislation, so no one can touch them. And as you might see, we have Hajar-im, Mnajdra, Miska tanks, Tarxien temples, Corradino Hill. We have sites that we still see them today. And the majority of these sites, they still under the protection of Heritage Malta. Yes, we do our best. We do our best as Heritage Malta as an agency to protect these sites. We still have the protection of the sites, but we still have to keep in mind the accessibility to visitors, to the huge number of visitors, not only visiting these sites that are thousands and thousands of years, but also to our museums. Our museums, I'm going to give this as a reflection. The Museum of Archaeology hosts thousands of people every day. If you go down to the museum in midday, you can't even walk. If I have a tour of children, I can't give educational speeches. It's not controlled in Malta. On the opposite, it's publicized that we have a lot of people coming to Malta. Ironically enough, the good and bad, you can tell me. But I would like to conclude with this beautiful quote from the Cultural Heritage Act. Every citizen of Malta, as well as every person present in Malta, have the duty of protecting the cultural heritage, as well as the right to benefit from this cultural heritage through learning and enjoyment. The cultural heritage is an asset of irreplaceable spiritual, cultural, social, and economic value, and its protection and promotion are indispensable for a balanced and complete life. So I hope that in the future we'll fill up these loopholes, not only in Malta, but also in other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Franceen. That's a fascinating description of the history. In Britain, there was exactly the same issue with the early monuments legislation. It was delayed and delayed and delayed because of individuals saying, this is my property. So the state has no role in it. So exactly the same discussion playing out at the same sort of time. Eleni-Eva, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And so it's this one. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. So, when prehistoric monuments in Greece are mentioned, thoughts go to the Tholos tombs of Mycenae or the palace complex of Knossos. And indeed, these and other important monuments have received protection. But next to the major buildings, however, many lesser known but equally important remains still need our care, and I have here a selection. These are extensive, though minor, in terms of construction technology masonries, stretching for kilometers and kilometers and exposed to the environment, usually in very remote places. They form the everyday life remnants that led to the creation of Mycenae and Knossos. Losing them would obscure this history and disconnect great monuments from their origins. Beyond the loss of knowledge, loss of emotion for the contemporary traveler will also occur. Ruins encourage reflection on the fate of human societies, a concern very actual, unfortunately. That is why the preservation of ruins has a special meaning. If, however, we want to be realistic and effective, considering the volume of masonry which requires interventions, clearly cost-effective solutions must be sought. At the same time, the values involved in the theory and practice of preservation must be maintained and not sacrificed in the name of a short-term vision. In the beginning is the monument. It is well known that prehistoric stone structures, to which I'm going to focus because there exist other typologies as well, were built with smaller or larger stones in such an arrangement so as to transfer forces from block to block, while soil filled the gaps between the stones, in the exception of the super important monuments. This soil is not a binder in a modern sense, but functioned well, improving cohesion and stability. Today, much of this material has been depleted, making its replacement necessary. In the recent past, consolidation took place with cement lime or lime mortars, either with hydrated lime, which is produced in Greece, or more recently with hydraulic lime, which is imported, raising issues of cost, environmental impact, and, for both limes, historical compatibility. I would like to comment on this last point. Although lime or lime-based mortars can be designed to be physicochemically compatible to the prehistoric structure, lime mortars do not correspond to prehistoric construction practices. Lime was known, but was used in elite buildings for floors and plasters, not as a structural wall component. But even if provisionally we forget this issue, still this application has proven not to be durable in many cases. An example is shown in the slide. The shallow superficial layer of a lime mortar could not bond well with the soil material which still remains at the core of the masonry and slowly detached. But also the color seemed to disturb. So earth was often applied on the still wet mortar surface, showing an effort to meet, consciously or not, the image known from the excavation. This soil, in some years, is depleted. In some cases, lime crushed brick mortars were used, pointing immediately to Byzantine structures. The point is clear. there exist two sets of requirements to be fulfilled, the one set arising from the original construction technology and the other from the need to have durable interventions. The need to consider as much as possible the original construction technology is mentioned in the Venice Charter and was further reinforced in the NAR document, which connects authenticity to materials, construction traditions, and technological practices. To these two sets, in line to the vast need for interventions and the need to be economic if we really want to create a possibility for them to be restored, a third set of requirements must be added to provide sustainable and environmentally friendly solutions. These three sets together mean that interventions should seek to utilize soil-based materials appropriately modified where necessary to meet preset requirements so that the original material logic is preserved, not leading to any confusion. So the use of local soil has obvious advantages in terms of cost reduction and reduction of the environmental footprint. The idea actually came when we saw all the mounds of excavation soil which are collected at the edges of the archaeological sites and whose removal and disposal is costly. However, soil alone would soon be depleted. Moreover, its composition varies from place to place. It contains different parts of sand, silt, and clay, for not to talk about the various types of clay. The use of local soil should in no way undermine the quality and longevity of the intervention. To address these two issues, it was decided first to design mortars, so it is a slight differentiation in relation to the soil that was initially inside, and also to use a binder in order to stabilize the soil. The first choice, the mortar, means adding more sand to the existing one which is already inside the soil, usually. Sand is a local material with known reduced environmental footprint. Concerning the second choice, soil stabilization is known that takes place with gypsum, lime, or Portland cement. Gypsum was discarded due to its solubility. We know that in order to meet specific requirements, a lower cement quantity is required than lime. This means that for a given performance, we can have cement-stabilized earth mortars, whereas for the same performance, the lime mortar would be more lime than earth, and we didn't want that. With the use of soil, the original material logic is respected, and with the use of very limited, as you will see, Portland cement, we are sincere in the intention to render the intervention durable. Considering that most stones, in our case at least, are hard and low porosity, then a high porosity mortar is expected to work well with the surroundings. And now, we will go quickly through the whole action and its results. In the first 2 years, 2008-10, we carried out a research program together with the Faculty of Chemical Engineering of the National Technical University of Athens and the Hellenic Center for Cement Research. By using a fine, quite pure local soil in order to delete any interference with impurities, and this was a theoretical study, and two different cement contents, namely 25 and 12.5% of the total solid content, we explored the possibilities of these compositions in terms of strength and durability, as well as its microstructure. The maximum soil grain was 0.4 millimeters. To the top right, a scanning electron microscopy image of the composition with the lowest cement content gives an idea of its porosity, which we wanted, as well as that reactions were observed between soil and cement, which we also wanted for stability. Finally, both compositions were able to develop a great range of strengths, showing their suitability for many uses, for example, pavements in those sites. In our case, it meant that we could proceed with the composition of the 12.5% cement content as a base. The apparent porosity of this composition was around 25%. In this diagram, some tests on durability are summarized. In the horizontal axis is the time of the test, and in the vertical, the volume change of the mortar samples. The mortar with 25% cement was very stable in cycles of wetting and drying, as well as in constant immersion in water, and the same can be said for the 12.5% cement content mortar. As expected, they both failed in sulfate solution, but this test was not considered. It was only done for research purposes. For our case, the volume was quite acceptable for both compositions, the volume change. The first pilot case application took place in the prehistoric harbor of Mochlos in Crete, thanks to permission by the American School of Classical Studies of Athens. Correct. Who is responsible for the excavation? We used the previously presented mortar as a reference and 3 similar compositions with excavation soil of various grain sizes up to 2 millimeters. So practically all the soil of the excavation and the local soil can be used, of course, sieved before use. To the right, we show you test walls before and after the intervention, and I'm very glad to say that this intervention has been going on since 2010, showing excellent durability. We also developed an application protocol in order to facilitate extension of good practices. Easy application and clean work site is an asset. Care has to be taken to remove by scrapping the external surface. If left, the external surface develops hairline cracks because the material there is more friable, and it also gives the impression of a plaster. The right image is, in our opinion, to the right, after having removed the film and permitting the aggregate to slightly appear and give a more earthly impression. And now we're going to see some sites. Since 2012, application gradually extended all over Greece, so encompassing a variety of environments and conditions. Here are some images of sites in Crete after application of the mortars. For some of them, interventions are more than 10 years old, and you can see the different colors of the soil used in the materials, which creates a continuum with their landscape. Let's travel now to the northeast part of the country at the site of Polyochni, which dates to 2500 BCE at least and has a lot of faces. It extends also in several hectares. To the left, one prehistoric, very imposing fortification wall, and to the right, before and after the interventions. On the other side, the Ionian Islands, and to another type of remains, the prehistoric burial mounds of Lefkada, which is an exceptional Mycenaean testimony at this area. Finally, another intervention in the island of Andros of the Cyclades. This is a temple from the geometric period of the settlement of Zagora. Except from structural consolidation, we have also used local soil for mortars and grouts to stabilize prehistoric fresco fragments at the Palace of Zakros 2000 or 1500 before Christ. Here, hydraulic lime was used alongside soil. Parallel to the interventions, we tried to make the compositions evolve. Before proceeding and finishing, I would like to stress that the variety of soils and local materials in general require to study compositions and having them tested in laboratory before the application. However, we have developed a framework, and here are the outcomes of our experiences. A protocol for the application of mortars made from stabilized earthen materials was developed and tested in various archaeological sites. The granulometric range of the earthen materials that can be used was increased from 0.4 to 2 millimeters, allowing for reuse of almost all excavation or local soil. The cement content was reduced gradually to 10% per weight. The proportion of earthen materials was increased from 25 to 40% per weight, and I think here we have reached the possibilities of the capacity of this type of materials, and these are the possibilities. And we have used, this is the last line, some hydrated lime also, but the developed characteristics, here I show you the mechanical properties are not sufficient. And mechanical properties are not only, and some mechanical properties are not only necessary for bearing loads, but also to resist environmental stresses. And they are a good indicator for them. To conclude, by simultaneously studying the three independent sets of requirements, starting from a conservation approach firmly rooted in the analysis of the original construction material and structural logic, and by adding modifications dictated, first, by material science and the need to meet some performance criteria, and second, by the need for sustainability and economy, we developed a methodology and framework that has made possible in a cost-effective way the stabilization of prehistoric, archaic, and geometric ruins. Here, this is an overview of the Polyochni site in the Northeast Aegean Sea after the completion of the works, which you see stretches in hectares by the local F48. Preserving the ruins, especially the network of the minor ones, means that an objective temporality is also preserved in space. This presence may trigger personal consciousness of temporality and vulnerability, ultimately leading to more humility. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleni-Eva. Just a sort of announcement, a utilitarian announcement. So today we have three speakers who are not able to join us. And if this is agreeable to you, we are thinking it would be perhaps better to bring the sessions from the afternoon into the morning, and we finish a little bit earlier and we have more time to enjoy in Florence. Does that sound like a good plan?
It's a sunny day today.
And it's a sunny day, at least at the moment. So in this session, Dimitrios will do his presentation in the fifth slot. But first, Gilly Carr from Cambridge, would you like to come and make your presentation? Thank you.
Set my stopwatch because I do have a tendency to. Oh, sorry, let me.
And
We'll do that with those fingernails. Okay, I'm going to set my stopwatch. I'll probably forget to look at it, but I'm going to be talking to you about a particular feature that I've seen at a number of Holocaust sites in Poland, just for you, Bogusław, and I want to think about them. So this is the feature I want to talk to you about is the archaeological window, and I'll be showing you a picture of that in a minute. So what I'm going to talk to you about, I'm going to explain what I mean by an archaeological window. I'm going to show you some examples from sites related to the Holocaust in Europe. I'm going to be giving you some images of what I'm not talking about. I'm going to be thinking about the drawbacks of these particular features and what their benefit is. And also, I'm going to ask whether they represent the way forward for some of these sorts of sites in Europe. So this is an archaeological window. I don't know how many of you have seen these at archaeological sites. My fieldwork is in Holocaust heritage, so these are the sorts of sites that I go to. And this is an example from the former concentration camp of Płaszów, just outside of Krakow. And it's an open archaeological trench preserved in situ with a glass window over the top so that you can see a preserved trench. So what is what is an archaeological window not? What isn't it? Well, it isn't an artistic installation. So on the left, this is an artistic installation from the former execution site at Kulmhof or Chelmno, depending on if you use the German or Polish name. And this gives us a little view into a collection of artifacts found at the site, which have been placed within an archaeological window, but this is not in situ. And neither is an archaeological window an open-air archaeological ruin. So this is actually in Syracuse in Sicily. I want to show you another example, which I think is just beautiful, but it is not an archaeological window. So at the site of Hartheim, so-called euthanasia site in Austria, they have taken a slice out of an archaeological trench and they have lifted it into the museum. So in this slice of the trench, we're looking at human ash and personal possessions of the people who were murdered here. And after the people were killed, they were burnt and their remains were scattered in the gardens at Hartheim. And it's such an interesting feature to have a slice of those archaeological excavations and to put them in a museum. But this is not an archaeological window because it is not in situ. Well, there are other archaeological windows which are not used at Holocaust sites. I'm sure you've seen these for other kinds of sites in Europe. And this particular archaeological window is called a window of time. I can't speak Polish, but is it pronounced okno czasu? Is that right? Looking at Bogusław to correct me for any Polish. This is in Lublin city centre in Litewski Square, and it shows a former city street, if you like. It's way down into the ground. The glass is very thick and you can't see anything. The writing here is completely impenetrable. You can't read it because it's underneath the glass. And the glass recently got broken, so it's completely useless. And I think that archaeological windows for sites which are a long way down are not really very helpful because you can't see anything. So I think there's something rather specific about the archaeological window that you find at Holocaust sites. Now, this is not a common thing. I have seen this at 3 Holocaust sites only, and they're all in Poland. So I just want to tell you a little bit about them. Now, the image that you're looking at here is from Sobibor, another extermination center, or death camp as they used to be called. And this archaeological window is over the excavation of the gas chamber. And the good thing about these archaeological windows is they protect the archaeological site from the extremes of the Polish winter. And it protects the archaeology too. I don't know how many of you in this room like to excavate in your summer. I do. And I know that the walls of an archaeological trench can crumble. The site can very quickly get degraded. So these windows are great at protecting a site, and it allows the visitor to see a site that's just beneath your feet, because the interesting thing about Holocaust archaeology is you only need to dig that far down. It's really close to the surface. And so people are able to see literally what is beneath their feet. And the important features of the site are then revealed in perpetuity. So I think that this can be a really brilliant thing. So this is an example of from Majdanek Memorial. And this particular archaeological window is referred to as a window of time on their website. And it shows a fragment of the original road, which was built by prisoners using matzevot or tombstones from Jewish cemeteries in Lublin. So these Jewish tombstones are also on display in the museum, but to have this preserved part of the camp on display, I just think this is a really great way of keeping the very recent past, certainly compared to the prehistoric temples that we've just been talking about, but it keeps the very recent past present because you can see it immediately. So just to give you another example of the very large archaeological window from Sobibor, and as I say, this is a view of the gas chambers. But I think one of the things that I noticed that when people put these archaeological windows over archaeological sites or over trenches, the trenches feel very sterile because, you know, gravel is put over the soil and they're very tidy and neat. And somehow, as an archaeologist, this takes away from its power a little bit because it's sort of made more preserved and sterile for the public, and perhaps the power, the immediacy of the soil isn't necessarily visible. There are 3 of these archaeological windows at Płaszów, so you can see that they're quite small. So for those of you who haven't been to Płaszów recently, it used to be in a large green area on the outskirts of Krakow, where you really couldn't see anything other than a Soviet-era memorial. But in the last few years, there's been archaeological excavations, and also there's a heritage trail you can walk around now. And there's some of these archaeological windows, and the parts of the camp that were chosen for these archaeological windows are again another Matsevot path, or a path made out of Jewish tombstones. It's part of the camp bakery, and there's part of a sewer which has 1943 stamped on it. And I think you probably have to be an archaeologist to really appreciate these, because I can see that if you're not an archaeologist, you might look and go, oh, some stones, and then carry on walking. So you probably have to be, you know, really into it in order to appreciate it. But they do have QR codes on the edge of these archaeological windows, so you can learn a little bit more. And if you want to take the time, you can read about it, you can see, you can orient yourself better with these QR codes. So it's a really clever idea, and I like it. There are downsides and there are upsides too. So I now want to show you this image from the excavations of the former Warsaw ghetto at Miła Street. And this was excavated for the first time in 2022, led by archaeologist Jacek Koenig. And over a couple of seasons, Jacek and his team excavated this site. And what's really important about it is it provides a challenge to the dominant narrative in Warsaw. So when you go around Warsaw as a tourist, there are a lot of memorials to the Warsaw Uprising, but there's less perhaps about the Warsaw ghetto. It all depends how alert you are as a tourist and whether you go in search of these things. I always go in search of them. And the interesting thing about this excavation is it uncovered 2 basements of houses side by side. And in one of the basements, you could see the ordinary inhabitation of a building in the ghetto during the war. And in the next door building, you can see a fortified basement built by the Warsaw Ghetto insurgents who led an uprising in the ghetto. So different to the Warsaw Uprising, there's the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising as well. And the story of the Warsaw Ghetto fighters is well known, especially in Warsaw. So you can see the sort of fortified basement where the fighters were, but next door is just an ordinary basement. So you can get these 2 narratives, and the narrative of the ordinary people provides a challenge to the narrative of the Warsaw Ghetto fighters. Amazing amounts of archaeological artifacts that came out of this site, just amazing. Thousands of objects. Now, I now want to take you to Treblinka 1, which is a labor camp and part of the main execution center. This is an excavation here which is not covered by an archaeological window, and it's not really clear what the future is for this open excavation, because for sure, without any kind of window, the site's going to degrade. It's going to need frequent maintenance. That brick is going to crumble. Somebody needs to come and pull out the weeds. But there is a sign there, and that kind of makes me think that it's intended to be semi-permanent. But I want to show an image of a labor camp I excavated in the Channel Islands in 2014 and 15 and 16. And this is part of the labor camp when I first excavated it. We can see part of the camp kitchens here. Just a few months later, this is how it began to be overgrown. And here's a photograph of the same site I took in May 2023. And you can see quickly how overgrown sites become. And so if you have an archaeological window, at least you're preserving that and preventing that. So let's have a look at the drawbacks and limitations to these archaeological windows. Well, certainly they're expensive. There has to be a little air gap in the glass, otherwise you're going to get algae growing. But the thing is, there are tourists who will put their litter into the glass. You can see someone's thrown a bit of paper in here. Also, this glass is reflective. As you can tell from my photographs, it can be hard to see. You know, you have to kind of cover your eyes to cut out all of the reflection. Of course, glass can be vandalized, it can be smashed, it can be scratched. It needs cleaning. The archaeology isn't always easy to interpret because unless you're an archaeologist and perhaps unless you know your Holocaust history, you're not necessarily going to understand what you're looking at. And perhaps you're not going to be motivated to look into it a little bit more. So it's not always easy to understand. And so the significance of what you're looking at can be lost. And again, because these sites are so tidied up with the soil removed and gravel put down, sometimes it can feel sterile, it can lack emotion, which can be a problem for sites like this. But what is the beneficial function of these archaeological windows? So I think in the description for this conference, there was something about how archaeological sites are lacking a beneficial function. Well, I'm sure all of the archaeologists in the room put their hands on their hips and looked rather upset after reading that. I don't know who wrote that part of the... Nigel's like, wasn't me. Anyway, so what is the beneficial function of these sorts of archaeological windows at sites? Well, number one, they provide proof of the Holocaust at a time when there is a lot of Holocaust distortion and denial and misinformation, especially political misinformation out there. And it's getting worse for sure. And we know that Holocaust heritage sites are facing threats throughout Europe from things like vandalism and destruction in conflict, as well as climate change, all sorts of problems. And I think that displaying this proof of the past is very powerful, and it's vital in a way that displaying Roman remains is not quite so powerful or not quite so vital at the moment. So I think there's something very particular about Holocaust sites that works well with these archaeological windows. So it keeps the past in the present. It allows us to see what's beneath our feet. It acts as a reminder, and it prevents degradation of this valuable archaeological record. So on the, I do think that these are great things. And that leads us to ask, are these sites the future? This is my very last slide, Nigel. Are these archaeological windows the future? Well, perhaps for Holocaust archaeology. So works really well for periods where events are denied or distorted. For the past, where having proof is really valuable, and for sites where there's a lot hidden beneath the soil and isn't visible above ground, where the archaeology, you can go to Holocaust sites that are completely empty. For example, at Bergen-Belsen, yes, there are a lot of memorials, but you're not going to see buildings, but there is a rich archaeological record. And that's one of the ways in which these archaeological windows are so beneficial. So they are highly appropriate for the archaeology of the recent past because the remains are just beneath our feet. And it's useful for countries where there are extremes of weather and therefore where there are sites that need protection. But I do wonder how... I do wonder how younger generations will perceive these things, because we're all aware that these things look like museum cases. And we know that some of the younger generation can therefore get the impression that if it's in a museum case, it's ancient history, it's boring, it's irrelevant. So there is this problem as well. But I think overall, they are very much a beneficial thing, and they could well be the way forward for protecting these sites in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. Dimitrios, if we could bring your session forward.
Yes,
That's great. Thank you. I like the timers. That's yes.
Thank you. Well, dear friends, most happy to be here with you again. And I'm not sure what happened with the British in Malta, but it's a certain experience to have someone with a British with his clock when you're making a presentation. This happens to me quite often here in Florence, so I'm very happy, and I will be on time. I was wondering, as we were distributing the abstract on well, we discussed a lot about interventions, the works that are taking place on the archaeological monuments. Is there a solid theoretical framework, a point of reference that we can use for these works to begin our discussion? And I said maybe it would be useful to have an extensive look at the doctrinal texts, documents, or whatever adjective we attach to this term, and see what they say specifically for works on archaeological monuments, not the overall framework, not just say that we have the Venice Charter and we'll try to adjust and have an adjusted use of the Venice Charter principles. So I'm going to give you a window into what do they say, in what ways can we organize and categorize it, and is it actually adequate? Do we have to move in a certain direction in the future? Now, archaeological monuments are a very special type, category, segment of the built heritage. And this is one of the last major archaeological works that were completed in the north part of Greece where I'm living, which is the Palace of Aegae, supposedly the place where Philip the Great, the second father of Alexander the Great, lived, and then Alexander himself. Ambiguous interventions have happened even recently, and so the solid theoretical basis is a definite requirement. We can turn to the various documents, and I'll try to give you a structured image in terms of the definition of the term archaeological monument in the doctrinal texts, the categorization, the appraisal of their principles, their suggestions, and from there on, is this an adequate framework with which we can move on, or are there added directions that we need to consider? Now, as regards the term archaeological monument, in the very early texts in the late 19th century and early 20th century, there was not a methodological approach which actually provided a clear definition. The use of the terms actually implied an emphasis either on time, for example, they talked of monuments of antiquity or ancient monuments, on the depleted state, monuments in ruinous condition or ruins, and an absence of use, for example, dead monuments. The European Convention for the Protection of the Archaeological Heritage in 1969 was actually the first to set a very crucial link, the relation of the archaeological monuments to excavations or discoveries as primary sources of scientific information for the respective epochs and civilizations. And the revised convention in 1992, in a more broad manner, spoke of excavation, discoveries, and other methods of research. And even more lately, the Salala guidelines said a more interesting idea that in terms of the archaeological heritage, we have the ability to investigate original material in original. Now, as regards the guidelines, one can actually see one initial major set, which is guidelines on how do we organize the conduct of works on archaeological monuments. On the whole, there is a three-stage process. The first are the works that are to take place during the excavations. What you see in italics from now on will be the words and phrases taken from the charters themselves, from the documents, to secure immediate, temporary, and urgent preservation. We then have the works that are conducted after the excavations, you can see how many terms are actually used for permanent protection, maintenance, restoration, conservation, preferably in situ, comprising immediate backfill or emergency consolidation and backfill, emergency consolidation and temporary protection, and complete conservation. And then we have the regular inspection visits and periodic maintenance works, which take place after the main remedial treatment. Another thing to be taken into account is that works should be based on full scientific and technical surveys, investigation, documentation, and analysis, and that documentation needs to be carried out also after the conducted interventions by assembling and archiving complete and accurate records of conservation, restoration, and maintenance work. Further on, we also need to have interdisciplinary cooperation. The pioneering Athens Charter of 1931, which will be a certain burden on my backs since we are preparing for the 2031 conference, spoke in a very innovative manner of the close collaboration between the archaeologist and the architect. And this guideline was followed later by requests for close and effective cooperation among professionals from many disciplines. The Charter on the Use of Ancient Places of Performance in 1997 said that involvement next to those responsible for conservation is to involve also the municipalities which own the sites and the organizers of performances, since it was specifically on the use of ancient places of performance. And the International Charter of ICAHM in 1990 said that local commitment and participation should take place, to the very interesting point of entrusting responsibility for the protection of monuments to indigenous peoples, should these monuments be part of their living traditions. Now, moving on to the issues, to the guidelines related to how do we conduct the works, how do we materialize, not simply organize appropriate care, there are two initial options of action which are, of course, related to exceptional circumstances. The very first is that there is this option that the monuments may actually be destroyed if authorized, which means if we have an official authorization, an official permit process that takes place, and there is full archaeological investigation and documentation. From there on, we can have backfill or reburial, which is a certainly discussed option, if provision for proper maintenance and management after excavation cannot be guaranteed, or the scientific or touristic interest does not justify the cost of conservation, in either case, provided we have accurate records and exhaustive documentation. Now, if conservation can be guaranteed, then we have the suggestion of an overall highly strict treatment, which is rigorously applied in situ, in place, since any transfer of elements to new locations represents a violation of the principles of preserving the heritage in its original context. The resolution of the Third Congress of Architects in Rome in 1883, quite some years ago, said that the works of consolidation should be strictly limited to the essential. And rather similarly, the Madrid Conference, some years later, said that only such strengthening as is indispensable in order to prevent falling into ruin must take place. And more recently, there has been a wider support for action interpreted as minimum intervention. Now, what is the precise type of remedial action that can take place within this overall framework? The re-establishment of the stability and coherence of the structure on one hand, and drainage and waterproofing works on the other. Now, as concerns waterproofing, which is the mostly discussed segment, soft capping as a reversible means capable of guaranteeing minimal aesthetic disturbance, especially in terms of the abstract contour of the ruined structures, is suggested. And from there on, for the vertical surfaces, rigorously tested chemical treatments, sealing of fractures, and reattachment of coatings at risk of being detached. In case we have in the archaeological monument the preservation of decorative features, namely plasterwork, wall paintings, and mosaics, the Charter of Rome of 1972 has specified that a typical plan of action would be meticulous collection, conservation in special laboratories, and careful repositioning. For painted works, reinstatement should be done avoiding direct contact with the wall, applying to interim voids a color identical with that of the raw mortar, and with meticulous cleaning, avoiding the use of varnishes or waxes. For mosaics, bonding should be done with stainless steel support shafts, and they also suggest the installation of interim ventilation spaces as visitor entrance points to interiors adorned with wall paintings. Now, a major issue, probably the most crucial and controversial, is the field of addition of new material to the archaeological remains. The resolution of the Third Congress of Architects and Engineers in Rome said that completions for structural or conservation purposes can be carried out, but necessarily with plain surfaces and using only the outlines of solid geometry. The Venice Charter was even stricter in 1964. It said that the reassembling of existing but dismembered parts, which it named anastylosis from the Greek word, after concrete documentation and in conjunction with the possible addition of neutral, recognizable material in chromatic harmony, which ought to be the minimum necessary to integrate the form and ensure conservation conditions, is the only option we have. Of course, this is something that can be considered more easily in the context of dry build monuments, for example, ancient temples, but when you come to monuments comprising walls of stone or brick in mortar, it is quite another thing to speak of anastylosis. So luckily, the Rome Charter of 1972 spoke of this issue and said that in this case, we should have the use of the same material with which the monument was built, and that there are certain possible ways to discern old parts from new that we should pay particular attention to. For example, the placement of new material in a slight recess, or to curve or scratch the modern surfaces, or to highlight their border with a groove, or a thin strip of a different material, as we have in this picture, to fix an engraved plaque with the date of the intervention, or to incise abbreviations or special marks on the added sections. And we come to the most crucial manner of the issue of what if the addition of new material comes to the scale of reconstruction, the complete reconstitution of the monument's form. The Venice Charter was very strict in 1964. It said that reconstruction is ruled out from the start. But then the 1990 ICAHM Charter came to give a certain interpretation to reconstruction, which has a positive acceptance, which is that reconstruction can be accepted with the aim of experimental research and interpretation if conducted not immediately on the archaeological remains and with wider care to avoid disturbing any surviving archaeological evidence. The overall intervention needs to be identifiable as such and to take account of evidence from all sources in order to achieve authenticity. There are also two fields of supplementary action that are touched by the charters. One is the construction of protective shelters. The recommendation is for delicate, complicated and more interesting monuments that must remain visible, yet long-term preservation work cannot be undertaken, and it is highly difficult to protect them otherwise from the rain, hence the major prerequisites for consideration of constructing a shelter. As concerns the form of the shelters, the suggestion is that we should have light coverings, possibly of modular design, in order to reduce costs, which acknowledge materials that are locally available. And from there on, we have certain guidelines as to the works that are to be conducted in terms of the optimum function of the sites. Now, an archaeological site is primarily a visitor attraction point, so the Venice Charter specifies that every means must be taken to facilitate the understanding of the monument and to reveal it, yet without ever distorting its meaning. The revised European Convention of 1992 says that structural arrangements for the reception of a large number of visitors are acceptable, but they should not adversely affect the archaeological and scientific character of such sites and their surroundings. From there on, the Charter on the Use of Ancient Places of Performances of 1997 has placed down some guidelines specifically on the works that ought to contribute to the tight accommodation of having events, cultural events organized. For example, the provision of designated routes for spectators and the integration of equipment in an intelligent manner, for example, by positioning scenery, backdrops, sound equipment, and stage coverings to coincide with the ancient stage walls, and by using virtual stage scenery, mini equipment, and light as part of the scenery. Also, the need to have ingenious contemporary creations and the possibility of retaining certain structures as permanent fixtures, provided they are as transparent and inconspicuous as possible, and their outline echoes the shapes and layout of the ancient walls. Also, there is a discouragement of non-removable stagings or modifications for the public and of temporary works that may affect the fabric of the monument. And in concluding, I would just like to say that overall, there is a remarkable array of guidelines. In more detail, you will see them in the paper that will be hopefully published, both in terms of the organizational segment of appropriate care and its materialization. We can say that there is a certain solid theoretical basis, which, however, could be significantly improved. A further discussion of the stabilization and strengthening of the preserved features, rather than leaving relative guidelines to the guidelines set for the built heritage in general. The elaboration on the extent to which additions of new material can be pursued on the structures of both dry and mixed construction, if their characteristic ruinous image is not to be compromised. Also, a discussion of crucial issues in the modern context, such as the consequences of climate change and accessibility, and possibly the drafting of a guided document devoted exclusively to the conduct of works on archaeological monuments, which would be of high practical value and potentially even of higher value as a stimulus for the systematic and, I would add, updated discussion of all the issues involved. That's my story. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitrios, for that excellent overview. So, and thank you to all the speakers for keeping to time. So we have a good quarter of an hour for discussion. So we've had some excellent papers. What questions have they prompted that we need answers to, or further discussion or comment? You're too shy. So I have a question. Part of what struck me about Eleni-Eva's session and Gilly's, they both touched on the way in which, at least if we're practitioners, we exist within a world which has a set of received understandings. And part of the beauty of coming to a forum like this is that one has those received understandings challenged. So in my context as a conservation architect in the UK, you would not be treated as credible if you were talking about using ordinary Portland cement on a historic structure. So I'm interested in terms of a little bit more of the reasoning behind the use. The concern in Britain, even with a small amount of cement alongside some lime, is that it prevents the mortar from breathing. And often in a British context, with a lot of rain, but also freezing, it's the breathability of the mortar that is one of the key things that stops the masonry units around the mortar from degrading. So that's our context. I just wonder whether you could comment more on that. And why lime, a stronger lime is not usable.
Of course, we know these issues and we took them into account. Breathability, as you say, is related to porosity. So we have this porosity. First point. Second, we wanted to have, we raised the issue of which materials were in the past there. There was soil, not bearing because the stones bear each other, but there was soil. In order to properties that are preset, a minimum of strength, a minimum or more porosity, etc., because we have also to design an intervention that has to be durable. Then, for the same properties, you cannot have a decomposition, let's say, with 10% lime. It's the material sciences cannot develop this now, but it is this way. So we are not afraid, and it's used in many cases, some Portland cement, and as long as you have an appropriate environment, I said stones that are relatively hard. I recall that the gluing of the pieces together at the Acropolis also in marble is taking place with white cement, but the porosity is 0 point something %. So I thank you for your comment because it gives me the opportunity to recall that here we are not having good things and bad things, good materials, bad materials, but we have a systemic approach. So some things are designed for their environment. If you have a porous stone, of course, the approach would be different, like in Malta, for example. But I am talking about the case for the cases I know.
Yeah, thank you. One point of similarity, you showed some mortar, which was very with smaller sand particles, which was very sort of a flush surface, very modern looking surface, and then one with exposed aggregate. We have exactly, we call it sharp sand, where you have bigger inclusions of stone and shell often. And that gives a lovely texture, a visual texture to the building. Other questions? Reuben.
I have a question for Dimitrios. Thank you for that overview. Listening to you reminded me that one thing which I've always wondered about, I don't know what the answer is how in the Athens Charter there's an explicit reference to rebellion of archaeology below ground, and it completely vanishes from the Venice Charter. Do you have any ideas why? Was it the people involved, perhaps, had a greater focus?
The people involved indeed, in many ways, the pioneering in terms of the Venice Charter, and this is why we are placing as a committee an emphasis on the Athens Charter in the upcoming years, to the anniversary for the 100 years. But also the Athens Charter had a special attachment to it regarding the works of the archaeological monuments of the Acropolis. So the severe emphasis that was given in terms also of the works that were conducted at that time in the Acropolis, which was an extensive work site, was a major figure of the works in the historical development, which was Nikolaos Balanos. So there was a considerable experience to be discussed at that time. And this is probably why such emphasis was laid in the charter itself. And more information in the upcoming conference of TheoPhilos in 2 years.
Boguslav.
Yes. There is really a huge difference between those two documents from the time perspective. We're treating them similarly. So that was one document and that was the second document, and we're reading only the content. But of course, like in generally speaking, in the heritage protection, we should understand the context. In that case, the context and the authors of those documents. In case of the Athens Charter, as just Dimitrios mentioned, that was more open group of the specialists. They were also linked with the archaeology. In case of the Venice Charter, the group of the authors, they were mainly related to the protection of the monuments treated as the pieces of art. So they were more concentrated on the monuments like the pieces of art. They were mainly art historians. And because of that, they were focused on a different attitude toward the monument. And from that point of view, for example, from my perspective, more general, more open, more useful document for the whole discipline is the Athens Charter. And because of that, we will try also to organize and to define from that, to discuss from that much broader context the Athens Charter in comparison to it's absolutely different attitude, more general, more open, more useful from the great variety of the heritage. I'm saying about the Athens Charter. And because of that, we decided and we were insisting on Dimitrios to have that conference in others. And also the other circumstances were totally different. Even as you know, that conference lasted much longer in comparison to the lecture when you are taken. So that's the reasons behind that. So probably Francesca.
So thank you. So we have a question from Cynthia and then Francesca.
I wanted to say that you said that archaeological monuments are just a part of built heritage. Archaeological monuments are also just a part of archaeology in itself. So it's a joining point between architecture and archaeological work, let's say, because archaeology is not in itself archaeology. I mean, it's the way of working more than anything else. So it's interesting that it's only just part of a whole view. So you have the view of the architects that's represented part of the charters, and then you have guidelines also for archaeology itself. So you have to use both of them to look at the development and see how we can work with them for the archaeological sites. On one side, archaeological monuments. On the other, I consider them both part of one big archaeological family, let's say. And we're talking about elements that are not in these charters because they are very, they're now very important, like climate change, things like that, that are very, very important for the archaeology. At this moment, I think we're developing, also with ICAHM, developing climate change documents to be able to do assessment on climate change on the different archaeological sites and things like that. So that's also something that's coming now. It's developing. So one charter leads to another charter, to another charter, and every time there are different elements coming into them. So we have to think of maybe you can't do a general charter anyway, not anymore. You have certain guidelines on different themes. And I think we have to work more on these guidelines on different themes that are more current problems that we have, and try to put them into place and have a series of guidelines that help us go forward to work we can, be it in heritage or in archaeological.
Thank you, Cynthia. Should we move to Franca? Perfect.
Is about the definition of what kind of things are in archaeology, and so maybe you have to distinguish from what is seen before digging. So, like all Roman monuments studied by architects and artists from the Renaissance, and so there is a sort of different layers of knowledge. And what is under so it's something to what we're saying about. So a lot of works are linked to normal monument restoration, and other as specific of what you are looking at. You have to mix the two of them, and maybe there are also a difference now in the guidelines if you talk about highlights or I don't know, architecture minor or what you call houses, and so there is not two groups, but something very moving from one kind of monuments to walls, as you were explained. And so no one charter for everything is impossible. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Franca. Cynthia and then Stefan. Okay. Stefan and then Cynthia.
So very briefly this morning, we heard a mention of a conflict of ethics, which is the subject of this conference. There was a brief exchange between Franceen and Nigel about the tension between individual property rights and the ethics of cultural heritage. These are both ethical values, and they are in conflict to one another. So since the reference to Nigel and the British former empire was framed in terms of the former British Empire, I also wanted to remind everybody that Britain has actually shown the way for all of Western civilization in the development of individual rights, the ethics of individual rights. Britain gave us the Magna Charta, and many centuries later, the American Constitution embedded the fundamental rights of property as an inalienable right. And most modern constitutions of OECD countries today protect individual rights of property very highly. But also in OECD countries, I would say that the protection of cultural heritage has precedence. That is perhaps not so much the case in the rest of the world, where more arbitrary laws exist, which more easily either permit owners to vandalize or exploit heritage, or in other ways, sometimes allow the state to impose protection of cultural heritage to the detriment of individual property rights. So what is my question about this? Well, it's still a very current question today in developing and investigating archaeological sites everywhere in the Western world. And what is the path forward? We know from everyday experience that building projects can be held up for a long time by the necessary archaeological investigations. It can backfire because then the owners of the development projects are not so eager to divulge the potential for archaeological investigation. What do you all think about this? How do we resolve this conflict of ethical values in the future?
Does anyone, Franceen, just a brief comment and then a brief comment from Cynthia, and then we will break for refreshments.
I'm going to give you a perspective from museum side and an archaeological monitoring side. I've done both. The museums who have a huge problem of storage. Me, when they're going to tell me we're excavating inside, we're bringing the objects, I die. I don't have anywhere to store them. So yesterday we touched the subject a little bit to leave them intact. Don't excavate, leave them for the future. That is for future excavations. When it comes to urban archaeology, that in Malta we're having a lot of that. I believe that there should be ethics that you build on already built sites instead of always rebuilding in greenery sites. There should be heritage governments, entities should work all together to bring this notion, not to take what's already been untouched. Just use the land that's already been used. And us, Malta, we're very, very small. But as I mentioned before, we're an entire archaeological site. Wherever you're going to dig, you're going to find something. So it's better off to use the land that's already been touched than using land that's not, unless it's in the in danger of falling. Or, for example, we just had a site of Sorplagine. It's falling off the cliff. So we excavated it to rediscover the methodology of how they used to build for academic purposes. Otherwise, for me, when they tell me they're excavating a new site.
So sometimes the answer is dig less. Yeah,
Depending on the
of course.
It is also for climate change.
Yeah. So just last, Cynthia has hopefully a brief exchange with Gilly, and then we will break.
Okay. Just a small answer.
No, just to Gilly.
Just quickly, one word. Is that we also have to consider stakeholder engagement. I think that is one of the answers of the ethics is to get everybody involved in the cycle. And that is one of the answers that we can take over. But we have to discuss.
That's your one word. Yeah.
Just for the windows. The windows are used quite often in different countries for archaeology. I think it's just one instrument for colonization. It's just one amongst many others. You cannot just have a window. You have to have also everything around the window. That means the explanations, the people visiting, presenting. You have to have it has to be something lively. You just can't show a window. It's like in an exhibition in a museum. You just don't have a window. You have to have something around it. You have to have guides. You have to have all these explanations that come in it to make it lively. It's not a window, it's just like another piece of stone somewhere. It's not much more. So it has to be lively and it has to be used. It has to be used by the public, it has to be used also by the guides and the people showing what they want to show. I think it's part of it all.
I've no idea whether at these sites anyone has studied what the visitor engagement is or asked visitors what they think. That I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to break. Just as a reminder, there's a list here for those who wish to attend the meal this evening. If you don't put your name on it, you get no food. Okay? So we will reconvene at the meal. It is at 7 o'clock at La Cipolla Rossa, which is around the corner. So we reconvene in 25 minutes at 11:45. Thank you.
Fa tutto pronto ora.
So, ladies and gentlemen, can we start? So, I am the chair of this last session. I am Adam Arnold from Hungary, Budapest. I am an architect and retired conservation officer. So I think this is my topic. The first contributions, Stefano Gizzi, coverings for archaeological sites as a matter of architecture.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the Mediterranean, natural and temporal forces perpetually challenge archaeological safeguarding, a task at once technical and poetic. Pollution and extreme weather compel experts to devise sophisticated strategy preserving historical significance while maintaining aesthetic accessibility. Recently, iconic sites like the Athens Acropolis have seen target intervention integrating rock consolidation and the protective structure to shield delicate monuments such as the Parthenon, the Propylaea, and the Eretheon. This project create a dialogue between ancient and modern, where contemporary architectural technique enhance rather than conflict with historical grandeur. Sites like Epidauros and Olympia balance careful preservation with design, showing innovation can coexist with respect for history. This tension between preservation and architectural invention is also clear in Crete. At Festos, for example, Luigi Pernier in the 1940s enclosed some prehistoric ruins in reinforced concrete. In 1977, a group of Swiss architects has proposed an utopistic dome for the Acropolis. A provocation aimed at drawing attention to the heritage protection and the risk of pollution and stone conservation. Here, the relationship between the basic geometry of the dome and the main axis linking the sacred sites of Greece. In this image, the dome envisioned by Buckminster Fuller over New York, which inspired the group of Swiss architects responsible for the one over the Acropolis of Athens. Completely different, a covering formed by a most remarkable gable roof of a large communal latrine in the central bath of Aquinum, central Italy, established in the Augustan era, a narcissistic cover that is useless, as wind and rain still enter, and the aerodynamic effect worsen the site. Another massive, heavy, self-referential covering in the archaeological area of Lucus Feronie, Villa of the Volusi, 30 kilometers north of Rome. An unusual canopy for the archaeological Roman rural villa at Russi near Ravenna, intended to appear innovative, but ultimately somewhat eccentric. At Troia, in Minor Asia, a more compelling type of roofing for the development of shapes and support. Again in Greece, at Chania, in Crete, Upon Castelli Hill, at the heart of the ancient Minoan city of Kydonia, the site is sheltered beneath a simple metal canopy designed by Theodoro Moutsopoulos, whose supports stand uncomfortably close to the ancient remains. In the same year, anti-inversion at Festos, illustrated above, also in the Acropolis of Athens, a subterranean chamber within the temple of Athena Nike, featuring a reinforced concrete flat slab ceiling, is associated with the Balanos Duras anastylosis of the 1930s-40s. This photograph also shows lithic elements pertaining to the foundation of the Mycenaean bastion. Returning to island of Crete, at returning of island Crete at Malta, more recently, the French Archaeological Mission has experimented with refined formal and figurative solutions to protect and cover the Minoan archaeological remains, combining functional shelter with a careful attention to architecture quality. An attempt to cover the entire archaeological site with a parabolic laminate roof, leaving the ruins free and visibly. At Pergamo, in Turkey, Martin Bachmann and Andreas Schwarting create a structure that not only protects but, going further, represents a new contemporary architecture that includes walkways and the protection system from intense light and 50 into the hill landscape. This is the new museum in Pergamo with the canopy. Very interesting. On the transverse and longitudinal section, horizontal lines indicate fixed non-adjustable steel louvres. Only the doors follow the same louvre construction, preserving visual continuity of the louvred wall. The 30-degree tie rods are fixed to the rigid purlin and the Yanger post. This solution was adopted because the ancient corner columns on the western side the peristyle survives in situ, preventing the insertion of steel columns. For symmetry, the same solution was applied in the eastern side. From the proactive structure for the light Roman villa at Piazza Armerina, Franco Minissi experiment with innovative material such as plexiglass, now yellow, revealing the durability and the maintenance problems inherent in this material, especially in contexts subject to severe climatic variation and pollution. And the pavilion, here the pavilion N and T of the baths of Villa Romana del Cassar in Piazza Armerina. The plane at the walkway level and the roof framing plane in scale 150. In designing the protective structure for the light Roman villa at Piazza Armerina, Minissi showed exceptional attention to construction details, identifying appropriate technical solution to ensure the glass and the plexiglass panels could be dismantled for the maintenance. This photo, Alessandro Pagano, the regional councillor for the cultural heritage of Sicily, Guido Meli, director of the regional center for the restoration, and Vittorio Sgarbi, the High Commissioner for Villa del Casale, in 2006, standing in front of the model of the new banal wooden roof for Piazza Armerina, set to replace Franco Minissi's work. Roman monument enclosure strategy range from maximalist glass sheets to lighter reversible solution like Marcello Paribeni umbrellas in the forum. Vegetal intervention, such in strategies planting, also protect structure like Traianspolum. This method reconciles climate protection with environmental harmony, showing that nature itself can aid conservation. Futuristic schemes of similar nature were advanced by Luigi Musmeci for the Roman Forum. An example of this trend in the glass roof protecting the Roman bath ruins in Badenweiler, Germany. The structure was designed by Stuttgart-based engineering firm like Bergman Partner and completed in 2001. Jean Louis Carrillo de Grassa, protective structure for the archaeological remains of the 11th century Muslim quarter in the South George Castle in Lisbon. To protect the 11th century Muslim dwellings in their frescoes, an ethereal volume non-volume was conceived. Abstract white walls hover above the foundation, touching the ground only at 6 points as conceived. Is recreating the original division, while a semi-opaque roof filters sunlight. Remains of Iron Age settlement that occupied the hill are displayed in minimalist building, from which visitors reach the lower excavation levels and view the foundation of the structure that once stood there. UNESCO protected canopy of the Temple of Apollo at Bassi illustrate a paradox. Preservation through isolation interrupts the monument's dialogue with its landscape. Stone conservation requires a precise balance, integrating new materials to ensure durability without compromising authenticity. Before the canopy. And now, the roof placed is 1902 to protect the temple has not yet been removed. Anti-corrosion protection on the metal elements in the west side foundation with red lead primer and round anti-rust paint view from northwest. The total reconstruction of Propylaea in Athens is now being proposed again, removing the last very partial restoration of the Nicholas Balanos era carried out in the 1930s. This is part of general program of restoration and the new access point to the Acropolis, whereby the Propylaea will regain their foundation as a privileged historical entrance, recovering the scattered blocks and the original elements, which are better preserved when put back in situ than left of the ground. Athens, the Propylaea of the Acropolis before roofing, a rendering of partial reconstructed roof, and a photograph during the reconstruction. In conclusion, the sample examined show a continuous fluctuation in typological research without achieving satisfactory result except in rare cases. The covering of archaeological areas shall therefore be seen not as a solution to a simple conservation problem, but as a true and a complete architectural project integrated into the landscape. Thank you.
So thank you. This interesting collection of the solutions. And the next contribution is Lycia, China. Petra beyond the Nabatean capital, from archaeological park to living nomadic heritage. Let's take.
The cover, not the first page. Okay. Okay. This first. Yes. Okay. Oh. This way. Good morning, and today I would like to present a case of Petra instead of any Chinese site. It is actually based on my very short visit last year, only 2 and 5 days. But the problem I find there I think quite typical, particularly for archaeological heritage, is the disconnection between archaeological heritage conservation and local life. Of course, the history and conservation of Petra is super interesting, but I will not go into details about that. I'm just using Petra as a case, trying to look closer into this particular problem and suggesting a possible solution, hopefully. So first, a bit of information of Petra as a World Heritage Property, its value framework, and the current management situation. So Petra was inscribed in 1985. It is the site of the iconic rock-cut capital city of the Nabatean, built in the sandstone desert landscape of southern Jordan. And although the continuous human habitation existed for 10,000 years, from the official statement of OUV, we could see a primary emphasis on the architectural and urban achievement of the Nabateans. As a result, and Petra is recognized as a lost city of a lost civilization, and showing a clearly defined heritage within a clearly defined time-space boundary. And the lost appeared twice in the 2 of the 3 criteria, indicating no connection to the land and people today. So based on this value definition, Petra is managed as an archaeological park characterized by clearly defined boundaries, scientific research and conservation, professional management, and regulated tourism. And so archaeological excavation and conservation work are done with very high scientific standards. And inside the park, the site is in quite good state of conservation. Interpretation facilities are carefully designed and being discreet. A new museum was built to communicate archaeological findings with contemporary interpretation means. And even some experiential program organized a night tour with only candlelight and local musicians, appealing to visitors while being environmental sensitive. And so in short, all the work inside the park are carried out with quite high international standards, making it successful value-based archaeological heritage management. And let's look beyond the park. And this is Wadi Musa, is the town where Petra is situated. From the picture, we see quite rapid and somehow disorderly urban expansion. And Sahun on the north is the major relocated Bedouin village from inside the park. As the local economy is largely depending on tourism, we see here right adjacent to the park and has been surrounded by hotels. And this is one international chain brand under construction right next to the entrance.
Here, the road leading to the relocated Bedouin settlement. And after 40 years, with the population growth, aging infrastructure, informal constructions, and the village also appear in a not so great condition. And due to this conflicted interests, and this officially planned access to the site was blocked by the villagers. Here is another smaller Bedouin village, Al-Beida, and we see the real village facing Little Petra, and the other is the newly constructed cultural village, trying to showcase the intangible heritage of the Bedouin people to visitors. And so far, this staged representation is poorly received both by tourists and local people, and also showing some authenticity issues like how the traditional life is interpreted and consumed in the tourism market. And some unauthorized vending and inside the park. So we see a sharp contrast between the world inside and outside of the archaeological park. A scientifically based, well-intended World Heritage Management model is in conflict with the local realities. And this is conceptual divisions with a separate sets of values and thus dealt with by different institutional sectors. So a conceptual division translated into a structural division. And in Petra's case, and this division is also rooted in a greater civilizational framework, and like the very concept of civilization and its heritage recognized by modern historical consciousness that has been largely shaped by the experience of settled civilizations, with the city as its highest expression of cultural achievement and social progress. This civilizational bias, by the way, I share this also coming from China, a very centralized agricultural civilization. And so this civilizational tendency is further reinforced in modern heritage system when pastoral nomadic cultures leave much less visible material traces. So in Petra, all this dynamic converge, and the local community of nomadic origin become doubly marginalized, both in heritage narratives and contemporary development agendas. So far, we have seen how it happened that Petra appear divided between the archaeological park and the surrounding communities. I would like to shift perspective and look at Petra through the lens of nomadism, trying to rediscover maybe the hidden deeper continuity that could connect its monumental past and everyday present. Archaeological evidence of recent years show over 10,000 years of human habitation of the region, and nomadic cultures have been continuous existence. And we should not forget that the builder of Petra, the Nabateans, were also of nomadic origin, and the city is a caravan city, a node of an extensive open network of trade and exchange linking Levant, Mediterranean, and Arabic Peninsula. This city is not a stop of movement, but derived exactly from a mastery of long-distance mobility and connectivity. And the monumental urban heritage represents a material crystallization of a nomadic world whose primary asset was their long-term interaction with the land and the adaptive use of the natural conditions, like the selection of sites, the rock-cut architecture, and all the, of course, the ingenious water management system in Petra, also very much based on their knowledge about the desert landscape as nomads. And the surrounding landscape preserves abundant evidence of this mobile system. Here's the map of the larger area of Wadi Rum far beyond the city, and the blue dots show the rock art remains made by ancient nomads, including the Nabateans, and they marked water sources, seasonal resting points, and traveling routes, kind of a practical map for desert nomadic life. So these are photos from last year, and despite the settlement and local people, especially the older generation, still practice small-scale herding. So we could sort of imagine how this pastoral landscape has not changed much since antiquity. And of course, the climate change now has raising new challenges for the traditional way of life. And the Bedouin literal translation as desert dwellers owns a rich knowledge about this landscape and developed various skills, which I've also seen in all the Bedouin villagers I met during my short visit. And inside Petra, there are secret sites showing the Nabateans' diverse belief system. We see influence from Greece, Egypt, Roman, various cultures, and also worship of nature, and even the empty niche for travelers to put in their own gods. So it's a very open, inclusive, and with a strong attachment to nature. Shows a free nomadic spirit grow out of this land and life. Not difficult to find in today's Bedouin people. So this ecological knowledge and skills and the culture of openness remain quite visible in contemporary Bedouin communities and well integrated into global tourism, as it is a major local economic activity. So local people actually have over a century experience of interacting with international travelers, researchers, and the young people grow up with international tourism. It is quite common for them to speak fluent English and sometimes multiple languages, despite very limited formal education. So with today's digital support, they could adapt their traditional skills for tourism in diverse ways, from mountain hiking, herb searching, to Instagram photography. So continue this nomadic tradition of interacting with the wider world. And cave dwelling is a typical nomadic form of habitation in the Petra area, developed by the Nabateans and has been used by the Bedouins until 1985. So here is a cave of a Bedouin in Little Petra. So he came back to his cave in recent years, and he made all the decorations by himself and planned to open part of his cave as like a tea house, crafts shop, an Airbnb even. So we can well imagine it can be attractive with his this fantastic view. So he and his son enjoy living in the mountains, and meanwhile, all the modern supplies they could also easily bring from the nearby village, kind of continuing their semi-nomadic tradition in the modern time. Here's another Bedouin from Sahun who tried to return to his ancestral cave, and they could see they could live on very little material things, and also always with a great view. And they could like make the tea like magic, just collecting dry vegetations from nearby, and so we see this form of habitation involves very little physical construction and actually quite light footprint on the environment. And if well guided, and they could make little negative impact on the heritage landscape. And why would they if they're a traditional part of the same ecosystem? So through this perspective, Petra re-emerges as a living eco-cultural system, revealing deeper continuities and connections and kind of restoring the richness of life experiences. So with this shift of view, we jump out of these isolated conceptual boxes and come back to the live world of connections and seeing the authentic connection of the local people to the land and recognizing them as the integral part of the living eco-cultural system. And they could get back the ownership of the landscape as a co-creator and not an external stakeholder to be invited or encouraged to participate. And so in this way, the local story is what actually World Heritage tries to preserve. And also, in this post-digital age, we don't necessarily follow the same conventional way of urbanization anymore with heavy infrastructure and centralized organization. And nomadism might provide an inspiring resource for alternative urban future, which the heritage and place could all actively play in shaping. So through this practice in Petra, we could see that heritage and archaeology can serve as a methodology to find the deeper connection between the past and present. And it's almost like maybe a responsibility for heritage professionals and for sustainable development and peace in contemporary time today. Okay.
Thank you very much. And we stay now in the Near East. Our next contributor is Lila Mohammed Ali, major projects for major archaeological sites in Syria.
Okay, this one.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing team for accepting my participation in this important conference. I'm very happy to be with you today and to share our Syrian experience in the field of heritage preservation. I will tell you a story today. Are you ready? So, the story is the story of four major projects considered among the most important projects in Syria, in Syria history in the field of heritage preservation. The site of Balmira, Busra town, San Simon Castle, and the Umayyad Mosque in the old city of Damascus. But why these four sites? That is what we will explore together today. Actually, this story was told before by Dr. Salim Abdelhaq, the ancient director of the Direction of Museum and Antiquities. He told the story in the conference on archaeology in Arab countries in Fez in 1958. the story of four major projects in a small geographic area like Syria, a country rich in archaeological and historical treasures, as you know. After independence, after reclaiming the end of the mandate in Syria in 1947, the Syrian government suddenly found itself alone, faced with a heavy archaeological load that it had to immediately assume. To face this dilemma, particularly in the field of restoring historical and archaeological sites, the Department of Antiquities had to carefully select the project. And finally, they make the decision to work on the project where had been started in the period of French mandate. The first project is the project of town of Busra. But why Busra? Busra town represent several historical periods from Nabatean to Roman, to the Roman, and finally to the Islamic period. It's also present medieval military architecture, which is in an excellent state of preservation, thanks to the nature of its basalt stone. Project problems the overlapping of historical layers. One of the biggest problems of the site building, as well as in the theater and citadel of Busra. Another problem facing the city of Busra is the inhabiting of the archaeological site in modern time. The need to evacuate the site and demolish the modern structure, it's also a problem. The need also, there is a problem of that we need to cooperate between several ministries. The project goal was to excavate and restore the ruins of the city, and also to put Busra Theater into service, where an annual festival, international festival of traditional dance will be held. The project began in 1947. The most important and complex of Busra project is the restoration of the Busra Theater and Citadel, where a citadel was built around the theater, and buildings were constructed in the terrace. Therefore, after consultation between international and national archaeologists and architects, it was decided to perform a surgical operation on the theater and remove all the architectural additions located above the sitting to fully reveal the theater. 15,000 cubic meter of stones construction were demolished. As a result of this valuation efforts, the city of Busra was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1980. The second project is the project of site of Palmyra. But why Palmyra also? Palmyra, one of the largest archaeological sites in the world. Palmyra is famous for its Greco-Roman ruins, which are listed in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. project problems is the large site area. Another problem facing the city of Palmyra also, the inhabiting of the archaeological site by modern buildings, the need to evacuate the site, especially the temple of Baal, and the need to cooperate also between several ministries. And finally, the project costs, which is enormous. The project goal, this project was started before the Second World War by the French, and the project include not only evacuation of Temple of Baal from the modern buildings, is the restoration of the theater and the tombs and the citadel and the street. And as Busra, finally, its Palmyra was inscribed on the World Heritage in 1990. In 1990. The third project is the project of Saint-Simon, and also why Saint-Simon? Because it's one of the largest archaeological sites in Syria, and it's the most extensive Christian site in the Middle East. The diversity also, because there is a diversity of buildings and the good state of preservation, and and there is an intention of the state, the doctrine of the respect of religious. The project goal was to restore ruins, make the site a tourist destination, and to develop the region economically. Thank you. The project was started in 1957. The project was for 6 years, and the restoration of Saint-Simon and the rebuilding of different parts in the site. The result also that the site was inscribed in the World Heritage List in 2011. The last project is the project of the mosque of Umayyad Mosque in Damascus, and the purpose here is different. Because the Islamic period remains in Syria remains in Syria's long history, the longest and most important stage in terms of archaeological and architectural representation of Islam, whose specific perspective, technical achievement. So also in this period, Syria was looking for her identity as Arabic and Islamic country. Project problem, there was a project in 1945 by the municipality to demolish all the structure around the mosque, but the project was rejected. The project, one of the problem of the project is the enormous cost and also the need of craftsmen to restore a large area of mosaic panels. The project goal make the mosque the premier tourist destination for visitors in Damascus, and it's part of a broader program of restoring the city. The project was launched in 1948. The city of Damascus finally inscribed in the list of World Heritage in 1979. And as a conclusion of this project, we can say that whatever the justification of restoring a site or a building, wherever for identity, religious, touristic, or cultural purpose, the challenge it's varied and huge, and there is no ready-made solution. But for sure, if we doesn't have a solution, it's better to rest the ruins, sleep peacefully until someone care for them, probably for future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the next is virtual, and our colleague has a rather challenging name. Nilüfer Batlayoglu Yöney from Turkey.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hopefully the slideshow will show, and yeah. Yes, it was a very good pronunciation, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Today I will be presenting our narrative project. I think it goes well with what the presentation about about Petra in many ways, perhaps. I am presenting on behalf of all these people. There's a large project team, and we are underneath the Tayinat Archaeological Project, TAP for short, and which is under the auspices of the Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures, West Asia and North Africa of the University of Chicago, which was formerly known as the Oriental Institute. Archaeological heritage is one of the hardest subjects because of the layered contexts of sites. But not only that, because people do not usually consider themselves stewards of this of these places. During the early archaeological excavations, there was a lot of fascination with what was going on at these sites, of course, and why the people were putting so much money into it. And it still continues in most of Anatolia and the Middle East as such. Okay, people talked about the theory behind. I'm just going to mention Pierre Nora on his work Between the Difference of Memory and History. He considered that all lieux de mémoire were objects of mise en abîme, so they were endless and they repeated themselves, reproduced themselves. Meanwhile, archaeological sites, well, because they were not memory anymore, well, of course, not the Holocaust sites we looked at in the morning, but like our site, which is 3,000 to 5,000 years old, there is no memory left. So our idea was to create or recreate a stepping stone of memory in between from the 20th century. And for this purpose, to use the history of the history of archaeological research itself through the photographs in the archive of the ICAHM. Just a quick look at the geography. Arhöyük Tel Tayinat is between Syria and Turkey, very close to the border. This area was the Sanjak of Alexandria under the French mandate in the 1930s, and it was joined to Turkey in 1938-39. This plain of Antioch or Amuk between the mountain ranges is a large and fertile plain, also a crossroads of transit routes from the Mediterranean to Syria, to the north, to the east, to the south, all around. 178 mounds were identified on the plain in the research in the 1930s. There are still research going on different areas and mounds. And ours is Tayinat, which you see here. In terms of occupation, Arhöyük has a early Bronze Age occupation, then an empty sort of history of a Middle Bronze Age and Late Bronze Age, and then occupation again in Iron Age at the end of the second millennium, beginning from the second millennium. And this gap is because of the characteristics of the plain. Oront has changed its course, and so probably the settlement changed its location as well. During the Iron Age, I will mostly be talking about the Iron Age remains today. During the Iron Age, there was a Neo-Hittite kingdom in this area. Following the fall of the Hittite Empire, Neo-Hittite kingdoms, smaller kingdoms formed in the zone. And Tayinat was Kunulua, the capital city of Palestine, Unki. And then later it was under Assyrian occupation and became a regional center, let's say. This is the Höyük, about 20 hectares on the top of the Höyük and 20 hectares more on the lower city. And in light blue, you see the operations and excavations from the 1930s. The dark blue and red areas belong to TAP, the current expedition. I will be talking a bit about these buildings you see here, which were uncovered mostly in the 1930s. The first millennium BC Iron Age palace, a good example of a Bithilani. And on the right, you see the new excavation areas and just a quick look at the finds. One of the post bases called a double line base from the 1st century, from the 10th century BCE. Then in the current expedition period, a line similar in style to them. The so-called statue of Shupililyuma, which became one of the symbols of the city of Antakya, since it has been found in 2012, and a destroyed statue known as the Lady of Tayinat so far hasn't been named yet, on which work is going on, with some pieces like the one in the red circle found in Chicago Museum right now. And lastly, the Esarhaddon tablet is an oath of loyalty to King Assurbanipal on his succession from the Syrian occupation period. So we also talked about these kinds of things, and yeah, this is how archaeologists work today. We do less excavation, work in the laboratory, and so on. I must go on quicker. Yes, the Syrian Hittite expedition in the 1930s was a large and complicated research which lasted for about a decade in the area. And with the photographic archive of 920 photographs or so, we have been analyzing the team, the people, the work, and so on. So there are various subgroups. Before the excavation, what was on the site, and the people who were living there. You see the village here on the right. It was sort of temporary and could have been a seasonal settlement. Questions we're not sure of yet. And then a couple of years later, the excavation. It was a big undertaking, as you see here. And while in that period, excavations cleared very, very large areas. We were trying to look at the workers and the people who live in the area. Excavation work is mostly for the men, it seems. We don't see any women in the photographs. Women, though, were washing shirts and doing other things, also carrying earth in other sites around the area under the same expedition. So the role of women in society is a topic. On payday, probably Friday, women being paid individually rather than the payments made to the men in their families. And at the bottom, a work break, women bringing supplies to the men. It seems there were also youngsters and children visiting or youngsters working in less heavy jobs. There were also in the archive pictures of babies, mothers, grandmothers, families. So photography not being accessible for the local people at the time, it seems the team took their pictures, also perhaps for anthropological research. So, well, we have been looking through these, and I'm not going to go all through that. So Venice Charter already mentioned the importance of the past and facilitating the understanding of the monument and revealing it. In the interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage site, the charter for that also defines these ideas, and its objectives are something we use. It was not a chance probably that this charter was accepted by the same assembly and on the same date with the Quebec Declaration on the Preservation of the Spirit of Place. So combining tangible and intangible heritage finally within the last couple of decades. So we are using some of these principles. They have been very good guidelines. And yes, the Salala guidelines also mentioned today, but these guidelines do not define methodology and scope of these plans, although they talk about interpretive and community engagement plans. So we have found two main tracks. One of these is the history of the Syrian Hittite expedition of the Oriental Institute, which is not very detailedly known. We have some information about the team, but the way they worked, how many people were on the team, how they integrated together, are still being studied. Some of these people became important scholars, like as you see on the bottom left, Robert J. Braidwood, who became a very important scholar of the Near East and was also probably the inspiration behind Indiana Jones, as cited many times. Also, the role of women in the teams, constructions combined with the teams, new buildings, and reuse of old ones. In this context, we have several examples. And the interdisciplinary work between architecture and archaeology, which also concerns us as architects and archaeologists. The deciphering of historic architectural styles, building technologies and materials, and detailing, comparing with other sites, and in this case, an experimental archaeology project. We have done very little research on this so far, but it seems it might be safe to say that this was one of the first architectural examples in terms of experimental archaeology. And yes, we have many pictures of the people, the locals, the team, the community, and we are trying to look at their responsibility and their right to this heritage in the framework of the Faro Convention. And also in the framework of the UNESCO Convention for Intangible Cultural Heritage, we're trying to look at the continuation of different practices from the very distant past of the 4th and 1st millennium BCE to the last century and today. And in this context, we have so far defined a couple of activities like the Kurban Bayram or Eid al-Adha in the Near East, animal sacrifice, which is also reflected in much earlier practices. This picks us from the Iron Age. And then cooking ashur herise or keşkek, which is a community food prepared for festivities, eating together, dress codes, people's attitudes, dancing, and so on, and the lack of women in the case of festivities, and the Carr, and commerce and health practices, and so on. And how is this going to work? Very quickly, I'm ending in a few slides. This started out with a student project in the School of Architecture at the university in Antakya, Mustafa Kemal University, which then last year we updated and submitted to the Venice Architecture Biennale, where it was exhibited. And then following this recognition, the top archaeology, Tainat Archaeology project decided to pursue this further. And we had a workshop of brainstorming and enlarging the team, which is involved so far. And currently we are working on, for this summer, a tryout with building technologies and structures, and as well as the oral history project, reaching out to the locals on this subject. Yes, this was the last slide. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are gathering here for the second day to discuss the philosophy of conservation. However, my focus today is where that philosophy meets the dust, heat, and complexity of the field. My name is Nabil Maklada, and I will present the methodology of the Israel Antiquity Authority Conservation Department as a model for best practice in managing complex immovable heritage. We will explore how we bridge the gap between abstract international charters and the practical realities of the Mediterranean landscape. We are all familiar that the theoretical principle that guide our profession, yet in the landscape of Mediterranean archaeology, transitioning from this abstract principle to actual field execution presents significant challenges. We face a theory versus practice dilemma driven by three main processes: severe material degradation, the demand for public accessibility, and the urgent need for climate resilience. The essential question we must answer is, how do we apply international charters to a crumbling wall in a rapidly developing world? To answer that, let's look at the Israel Antiquity Authority methodology. We treat conservation not as a single task, but as a multidisciplinary process. It requires the integration of architects, engineers, chemists, and archaeologists working in tandem. Our approach is value-based. This means we are not just phrasing a monument in time. We aim to balance between the strict scientific preservation of the fabric and the contemporary need for public accessibility and cultural interpretation. This life cycle began with metacalypse documentation and crucially does not end with restoration, but continue into long-term maintenance. We are essentially taking the Venice Charter and subsequent international standards and applying them in a very specific local context. We aim to bridge the gap between abstract theory and the practical reality of protecting monuments. We do this through three key pillars: preventive conservation, material compatibility, and public integration. The first pillar is preventive conservation. The first pillar is preventive conservation. Before we intervene, we must understand. We implement advanced monitoring system to track environmental decay. Focus on non-intervention. The best conservation is often prevention. When we act, we prioritize reversible protective measures to mitigate decay without permanently altering the sites. The goal here is mitigation, slowing down the degradation caused by the climate before invasive intervention became necessary. For example, in the upper part of the image, you can see some of the tools that we use in the field: Schmidt hammer, crack gauge, humidity meter, hygrometer, and a lot more tools. In the center, you can see support for archers and porters in Arco aqueduct projects with minimum intervention and very fast aid to protect the sites. In the bottom left, you can see modern iron side support from the same project, and in the upper left, a wooden side support from Herodion, 2000 years old. Are we using the same technique but in different material? This is an interesting question. The second pillar is material compatibility. This is where theory meets chemistry. We strictly employ traditional lime-based mortar and specific stone replacement techniques. This is not just about aesthetics. It is about respect for the authenticity of the original structure and ensuring compatibility. Using compatible material ensures that the new intervention breathe and move with the ancient fabric, rather than causing damage as modern cement often does, for example. Here are some of the tools that we use for testing ancient bonding material. For example, XRF to screen element composition, and FTIR to identify mineral phases. On the left, the new bonding material used as needed in the project pottery, quicklime, and commercial material like mape, NHL, and so on, with a lot of aggregate that we add to the new mortar. The third pillar is public integration. A conserved site must be accessible. We focus on making ruins legible to the public, helping visitors understand what they are seeing and feeling the site spirit. Because a conserved site that no one can visit or understand is a failure for heritage management. The challenge is making these sites safe for visitors without compromising their archaeological integrity. This involves designing pathways and interpretations that protect the site from the public while opening the site to the public. It is challenging making ruins legible to the public by ensuring visitor safety without compromising archaeological integrity and enhancing the cultural value through physical design. As you can see in the top right, a wheelchair access is available at the synagogue in the Galilee High.
Excuse me, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, we can only see your initial slide. The slides have not been changing so far as you speak.
Okay, my mistake.
Current slide.
Could you move to the slide that you're, yeah. Could you change them manually?
Yeah, can you see it now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, it's going to stay like this.
Do you want me to get the three slides before to see what I'm talking about, or that's okay?
Well, could you share your screen, your entire screen, so we can see the change?
Okay, I will do it again. One minute, please.
On the slideshow.
What?
You'll see it better.
There we go. Can you see it? Oh, 1 minute, please.
Yes, but could you put it on slideshow?
Slideshow. I put it in slideshow, but
Yeah, no.
1 minute.
Or at least change them one by one.
Okay. I will try it again. Okay, now can you see it?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I will go back a little bit for that. One minute. Okay. There we go. You can see it?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Again, sorry for that, but it's challenging making ruins legible to the public by ensuring visitor safety without compromising archaeological integrity and enhancing the cultural value through physical design. As you can see in the top right, wheelchair access is available at the synagogue in the Galilee High. And in the middle is a picture that illustrates and explains the construction technology of a bathhouse and the floor heating methods that exist in ancient time. And also on the left hand, if we take Caesarea as a case study, the conservation, restoration, and development work of the staircase of Augustus Temple platform and the Nymphaeum area has caused a significant boost in site visitors. And if I can, I will go one side before to let you see the third pillar that we are talking about, that the public integrity. And before that, the tool that we are using in the second pillar, XRF and FTIR tools, and the material that we are using to make our new mortar. This is the second pillar also. And here, for the first pillar, I told you that sorry for that, but here I want you to see that for the example, in the left hand, what I told you about the site support that we used today for aqueduct project. We used today for the engineer, he asked us to put a side iron support. But if we go back to the 2000 years ago, we can see in Herodon the same way, also a wooden side support. Did they use the same technique? It is, a very interesting question for us to answer about. Okay. The most important thing in this pillar is to involve the public in the conservation work at the site, what we call community and education. Can you see the slide?
We're still on slide number 8.
8, okay. I will do it again. 8. Let's see. Now it's number 10.
Yes.
If I go further to 11, you can see it all now? Or it's still in number 10?
No, it's still 11.
Okay. Is it 10 right now? Okay, I will do it one by one, like you asked me.
Yes.
Thank you. The most important thing that, as I said before, it's that to involve the public in the conservation work at the site, what we call community and education. When we allow the public to experience the site and take part in the conservation work, even if it comes at the cost of the execution quality, we ensure long-term conservation by making the public more appreciative and connected to the sites and taking the initiative in preserving those cultural assets and passing them into the future generations. As we can see in the slide, a lot of community work and in archaeology, digging sites, and also opening a trail and first aid for mosaics floors. Also, more examples, we can see the little children going out in the nature once or twice a week and do cleaning and uncovering remains. And the left upper, we can see also the teenagers helping opening trail and also doing some excavation work and like conservation work also where it is possible. And also another example for a family that came to a conservation site during the summer vacation and took part in making mud bricks. Also, we're trying to doing a folklore evening when and where it is possible, and also conference and seminars that reveal discoveries from archaeological excavation and present conservation projects so that people can join and take part in this project that taking side. Okay. In conclusion, the strategies I have preventive monitoring, material compatibility, and safe public integration are not just theoretical, but also create a cohesive framework. They are field-tested strategies. The Israel Antiquity Authority offers this as framework for how natural heritage bodies can effectively bridge the gap between conservation theory and the practical realities of management. It is a model for best practice in the management of complex immovable heritage in the practical realities of a rapidly developing world. And this is how we preserve our heritage assets for future generation. Thank you for your listening, and I'm sorry about a slide. I can send it to the conference email, and you can also have it if you want. Thank you.
Aisha, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just, I would like to check whether my screen is clear to all of you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for kindly allowing me to present my work virtually today. Today, I will present my research title From Material Remains to Cultural Meaning, place-based approaches to the protection of Bahrain burial mound. And I really believe that this is one of the very unique case study which I'm going to present today. Just to give you a very brief idea, because this presentation examines how archaeological landscapes such as the Dilmun burial mound can be protected not only as physical monuments, but as culturally meaningful places embedded within the contemporary urban environment. So, as I believe that Bahrain is not very known country, and it is perhaps a very important part of the GCC. So, on my screen, you can see a map of Bahrain, which is located in the Arabian Gulf, in the GCC region. Historically, it was the center of the Dilmun civilization, known from Sumerian texts and regional trade network. So if you look at here on the screen, just to give you some idea that this small dot is actually Bahrain, which is very close to Dubai, which is here in UAE. For those who have no idea about the Bahrain. Bahrain is a modern Gulf state connected to Saudi Arabia through the King Fahd Causeway Bridge. And this is actually, if you look at the map of Bahrain, this is an island which is connected through land only from this causeway bridge. So just to give you some idea, understanding this geographical and historical context is important because the burial mounds are part of a landscape that has continuously evolved from ancient times to the present. Very briefly, that traditionally Bahrain economy was based on the pearling, fishing, and agriculture. However, after the discovery of oil and independence, Bahrain experienced rapid urban transformation, and we will see how it influenced in the burial mounds today. The country evolved from relatively unplanned settlement into a modern urban kingdom. This rapid development has brought prosperity, but has also created challenges for protecting archaeological landscapes such as the Bahrain burial mounds. Very briefly again, today Bahrain promotes a vision of becoming a global economic and tourism hub. Projects such as Bahrain Bay, the Formula One Grand Prix, and the National Economic Vision 2030 illustrates this modernization agenda. While these initiatives contribute to economic growth, they also intensify urban expansion, which can place pressure on historic landscape and archaeological heritage. Here, I just would like to show you some of the examples of UNESCO World Heritage Sites of Bahrain. Number one is the Bahrain Fort, which was nominated in 2002, which is Qalatul Bahrain Fort, and it was inscribed finally in 2005. The sites demonstrate Bahrain's rich historical layers and show how heritage is increasingly recognized as part of the national identity. And there is another site which you can see, this the Bahrain Pearling Route. During the early Roman period, burial traditions played a significant cultural role. So just to discuss briefly, then what do we understand by burial mounds, which are actually mounds built over a grave or graves. So burial mounds are earthen structures built over graves, as we can see clearly in these pictures. In Bahrain, these mounds from the largest prehistoric cemetery in the world, which is actually one of the very significant, part of this project, representing a unique funerary landscape that reflects the social structure and belief of the Dilmun civilization. The Dilmun burial mounds date roughly between 2020 and 1750 BCE. In the 1950s, archaeologists estimated that there were around 1 lakh burial mounds across Bahrain. Today, about 14,500 remains only, with around 13,300 protected under the UNESCO World Heritage inscription during 2019. The site was inscribed under criteria 3 and 4, recognizing its testimony to the Dilmun civilization and its distinctive burial architecture. This is just to give you overview about the importance and the significance of the burial mound. So I started this research with, actually, I have already presented the same idea, initially came in my mind during 2018 in APMS conference in London. So based on that presentation, I actually extended the idea of Bahrain burial mound protection and conservation strategy and the development through this ICAHM TheoPhilos conference. So despite World Heritage recognition, several challenges remain. Urban expansions continue to affect the landscape integrity of the mound field. Conservation policies often focus on individual monuments rather than the broader archaeological landscape. We will see some images later on in my presentation. This creates a risk of separating the burial mounds from their spatial and cultural context, which is a big challenge. Therefore, the key research question is how can archaeological landscape be protected while sustaining both material integrity and sense of place? To start this research, I actually focused on to devise one aim, which is to examine how the outstanding universal value of the Dilmun burial mound is translated into contemporary governance and conservation practices. The study focuses on 3 main objectives. First, to evaluate how UNESCO criteria 3 and 4 are operationalized in the management. Second, to assess whether current protection strategies sustain both material and experiential values. And finally, to examine the mounds as both a World Heritage property and a lived landscape with the modern Bahraini landscape. So to start with the conceptual framework, there are 2 main frameworks which really guided me to do this study. The study is gained first with the value-based conservation, which emphasizes that heritage significance emerges from cultural values, social meaning, and stakeholder engagements. The second is the historic urban landscape approach, which situates heritage within broader urban system and recognizes relationship between landscape, society, and development. So together, these frameworks allow heritage to be understood not only as monuments, but as dynamic cultural landscape. This is just to quickly show you my methodology. So the research applies a 3-scale analytical framework. The landscape and governance scale examines UNESCO documentation, legislation, and planning control. The experiential scale based on site visits and photographic documentation to understand spatial perception and landscape experience. And the third scale, cultural and value-based scale, drawing on archival research and interpretation of heritage meaning and identity. These multi-scalar methods allow the mounds to be examined both physically and culturally. So here I would like to present my findings, what I learned from my research. And I have already submitted this paper to the journal for publication for the next volume. So as part of the findings, at the landscape scale, the research shows that the spatial distribution of mounds field remains largely legible. Legal protection exists through the UNESCO listing and national legislation, as you can see in some of the images that during my site visits, I took these images to show that how within the urban setting, these mounds are actually representing their presence, and at the same time how it is legally protected. However, urban expansion has altered the historic setting of many mounds feel. These images here illustrate how residential development has encroached upon the archaeological landscape, as you can see in some of the images, between mounds and the urban setting, creating tension between preservation and the urban growth. My second finding, it shows about the experiential scale, which actually talks about the site observation, shows that the density and elevation of the mounds create a powerful perception of historic continuity. The typology differences between ordinary mounds and royal mounds also reflect social hierarchy within early Delman society. As you can see, some of the mounds are very much obvious within the urban setting. Importantly, many mounds continue to function as both archaeological landscape and lived environment embedded within contemporary neighborhood. As far as the findings related with the value-based scale, the cultural scale and the burial mounds embody a collective memory, identity, and social organization. They represent more than elite burial. They reflect a broad cross-section of Delman society. Their cultural significance, therefore, extends beyond physical remains into national heritage narrative and local meanings. This cultural dimension aligns strongly with UNESCO Criterion 3 and with principles of value-based conservation. Just to briefly end my presentation to discuss those very important parts, that the research suggests that effective protection must integrate 3 dimensions. And this is based on our yesterday meeting when it was actually suggested or actually emphasized by the president of ICAHM TheoPhilos, that whenever there is any research or we write any paper, it is very important for us to ask a question, that what are we contributing really in the form of discussion or in the form of future development. So the research suggests that effective protection must integrate 3 dimensions: governance, experiential continuity, and cultural meaning. The central tension lies between preserving visual integrity and allowing urban coexistence. Rather than isolating the mounds from surroundings, communities' heritage management should recognize them as culturally embedded landscape. And very importantly, in conclusion, the Delman burial mound should not be understood simply as archaeological objects, and we have seen in some of the images their importance and their existence within the urban setting. They are complex cultural landscape where material remains social meaning and urban life interest. So the 3 skill framework presented in this study helps connect outstanding universal value, sense of place, and governance mechanism. More broadly, the case offers lessons for managing large archaeological landscape facing urbanization pressure around the world. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Anybody has some questions? Please.
Comment more than you guys, not quite a question. It's to the architect or the first one who spoke about shelters. Whereas I absolutely agree that the role of the architect is very, very important. I think if we are talking about shelters which protect, and shelters which protect in a changing climate, we have to recognize that. Unless we're working as a multidisciplinary team, I think just the beauty or otherwise of the structure is not going to help us preserve what we want to preserve. So it's just a comment promoting once again the multidisciplinarity that everybody who works in conservation promotes every day of their life. Just simply a comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? If nobody, then sorry.
Maybe a question for
Yeah.
Aisha. How does the sense of place really express itself with the population who lives in the areas where the Dilmun mountains are? How do they express their interest? How do they interact with the archaeological sites themselves, the archaeological mountains, and the people living in the houses in between? How does that react? How do they react?
Thank you very much for your question. I will try my best to understand because it was not really very clear, the sound. But what I understood that you are asking that what is the sense of place people are experiencing within that area, am I right?
Yes.
Bit closer. Yeah, how do the people who live amongst the Dilmun mounds react to the mounds? How do they accept them? Do they how does it work?
Actually, as per my experience, when I was talking to people through different interviews, some of them they really feel so proud that they are part of their own roots and it is part of, very cultural roots. But some people really, I mean, surprisingly, that they feel that they should remove these mounds because they say that we need more housing spaces. So maybe they can preserve the royal mounds in some places and then remove these remaining which according to them which have no significance. So it's actually a misunderstanding, misperception and misobservation from different people.
Yes, thank you very much. Nobody else, then please, Bogusław, take the floor.
Dear colleagues, so we came to the end of our conference, so it's time for your last.
There is another question online.
Okay, so that's time for our last questions and last comment. Who is in the row?
Evrim.
Evrim, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentations for today. I have a very small and I think very important question to my hometown colleague, to Ms. Nilüfer Yöney. I've seen in your first slide that you have a very interdisciplinary team, some of whom I know personally. Also, one of them is very important from the perspective of integrated conservation and highlighting the sense of places for the conservation and management works of heritage places. So, Ms. Evrim Ölçer Özünel, who is an intangible cultural heritage expert, whom I personally know very well, can you please explain her role in your team to document, to define, to produce the policy-based methodologies for integrated conservation? Thank you.
Can I answer, Bogusław?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interdisciplinary team. The project has always been interdisciplinary, but at this stage, trying to integrate the rights and the responsibilities of the surrounding communities. It's based on an idea to connect with the people who are living in the area right now. They're of different ethnicities because it's an area where movement is constant throughout history. And so, yes, Evrim is our intangible heritage expert, but we have been working with Evrim for several years within the last decade, and we believe that it's important to integrate the spatial experience of the intangible heritage as well. Intangible heritage doesn't exist by itself. And since the Quebec Declaration in 2000, 8, we are trying to integrate the tangible and the intangible. So the practices with the architecture. So this is a part of this idea that we have tried in other areas in terms of rural heritage previously. So it's an ongoing thing, and Evrim very kindly accepted to become a part of the team. So this is going to be partially an oral history project, partially an intangible heritage project, but also it is it's a complex thing. I mean, there are very many narratives. We looked for only the narrative of the local people and their families, their ancestors from the last century at first, but then we realized we have more information, more documentation to go into different narratives concerning the subject. So is that an answer? I don't know. It's a sort of explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Are there any other questions to the speakers, today's speakers, yesterday's speakers? Are there any final comment on that topic? Because this is the, you're willing, yeah? No? No, okay, sorry. No, the floor is yours because now, yes, now we are concluding our conference and that would be the end. That would be the end because already all contributions has been delivered. So this is the end of our conference. So now it's time for the final discussion. If you have any comments or final questions, whatever, instructions, directions.
Well, if I can make an observation.
Of course, it's
a very valuable common thread, which in the past 2 days we've seen multiple papers, is the value of revisiting early conservation interventions. We've seen several from the 19th, several from the early 20th century, many of which predate, many of the guidelines, principles, instruments which we have today, and which we have often, perhaps, to speak for myself, have underestimated in the past. But there are many lessons to be learned potentially from this revisit. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Any other comments, observations, conclusions? Are there any? If not, dear colleagues, we always are trying to summarize in a few sentences, in a few words. This year, we invited Shirley and Cynthia, yes? Shirley is not with us. Cynthia, do you have any final conclusions you could share with us or not? Of course, so please. You could come closer because you will be visible. Please sit here.
I'll go next to it so that you can see me instead of being hidden behind this. So you can see me a little bit. Well, I just want to do a final sort of resume of the.
Yeah, that was our request.
And well, I heard a few words and I heard of a lot of things yesterday and today. And as someone just said before, we're going from tangible to intangible, from real construction, reconstruct. Well, we didn't talk about reconstruction, but we talked much more about conservation, very practical things, very general comments concerning the charters, concerning also the coverings of archaeological sites, very management of archaeological sites. So very, very general things. And then we went also to very punctual
direct elements such as the mortars. And so that is a very large spectrum of what was concerning conservation. And then we also had today, especially, it goes more into the intangible point of view, where we talk about collections. We talked about the reaction with the populations, with the people who live on the sites or who are supposed to live on the sites. All these problems that are something that are very, very actual in the research of management in archaeology. Those are very important things. What we did not talk about, though, is something that, well, we sort of mentioned it maybe, is the climate change, which is extremely important, not only for archaeological management or management of archaeological sites, but also for the conservation. It was said a few times also. And I think that that is something that could be also a subject of a next meeting that we could also do together, maybe. And that would be quite interesting to develop that point of view, because then we go back to the shelters, we go back to how to protect the sites that are not under shelters. How do we integrate that also into the charters that exist or do not yet exist on that point of view? So those would be elements to think about in the future. Not only what we saw today, which was quite complete, but also saying, let's try to talk about what's coming also in the future. So that's what I wanted to say in a few words. Thank you.
Okay, be so kind and try to
Write that
formulate,
down.
yes, not for yet, but we are going to distribute that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, of course. Thanks a lot. Yes, please.
Always been a little bit confused and not so sure about, because it's I think the intangible heritage is exactly following the same simplistic division, the logic of division, like cutting the organic connections with some land with people, and just like if it's monument centered, and then all of a sudden we just people centered, and without this connection with the space, and that doesn't make any sense, because it's a very maybe a good example also in Petra, because Petra is also a world heritage, not world heritage, an intangible heritage of Bedouin traditional practice. Which is like they are given this title after being relocated from the space, being cut the connections from the space. They have this practice, and that is so kind of paradoxical, ironic. So I'm also interested and curious to know your ideas about intangible heritage, as because ICAHM is more immovable, tangible heritage centered. But I never thought it has any problem of including everything, because heritage this value is intangible anyway. It's about people. And it's about the relationship between the space and place and people, and then why was it ever need to have this intangible heritage in the first place? But I also used it in my presentation, like living heritage is also something strange, because it's like a heritage has to be dead to be, but it's never dead, because otherwise it could not be considered heritage in the first place if it doesn't considered valuable by the contemporary society. And in this way, this living heritage is also a little bit difficult for me. But because it's already existing vocabulary, I cannot speak without this.
So I also have to use this, but it's fundamentally difficult for me, and I never really understood this stuff.
Thanks. Please.
I apologize for speaking now. I'm not a member of the Restore group. I'm an architect. I assist my wife with an architect and a restorer in doing her work. So I'm interested in what I've been listening to. And it seems to me that most of the papers, or some of the majority of the papers, speak of the charters, Athens, Venice, etc., etc. And there are so many intertwining loopholes between them. It seems to me that somewhere, if only like ICAHM should be, and I mentioned this to Nigel, and he said you're asking for an impossible task, but a body like ICAHM should start a kind of a workshop to sort of come and put together something which takes this, and that, and puts them in context with each other. You have so many loopholes, so many ways of doing things that are many things missing. For example, sheltering and protecting a site. What is the position of ICAHM on that? Is this just, all right, let's think about that. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, maybe it's too much, maybe it's too little. Is there a guideline? Could there be a reference guideline, not specifically pointing to one thing, but giving a graphical guideline which is acceptable and one which is not? Could there become a kind of a textbook, not necessarily a textbook, because you are forensic guys, you're dealing with all sorts of situations which are changing from one side to the other and one period to the other. And so I think that's food for thought. It's a suggestion. I also have to add what you said, what I think you said about climate change, and I think there's something far more dangerous, and it's political change. And the political change and the economic change is going to affect everything we do. So I think we have to think about what happens if instead of protecting sites in the name of bringing people together, we are actually destroying them in the name of winning the upper hand. And maybe the new generation of leaders don't care something about whatever we are doing. What they care about is their. Thank you.
There's a dilemma between a general view and the guidelines that are very precise. So we have to be very, very careful to keep a general view. And I think ICAHM can keep this general view because it has so many working groups that work on different themes. And it has to have it in its head. I mean, so it's like a big box. And inside this big box, there's small boxes that are working on different themes together. So the most important part, I think, of all of it is that these different working groups work together and do workshops or do conferences together so that we can bring them together in different ways. So here we talked about conservation of archaeological monuments, of archaeological sites also, but there are other conferences that can talk about the theory also of the climate change and how they work on historic buildings or also on landscapes and so on. There's so many possibilities. We have to keep them all in mind. And we cannot just do a sort of small guideline for this and a small guideline for that because they're maybe a little bit useful.
Find and coordinate. That's what I'm saying.
That's coordination would be even better. Coordination of different efforts and cooperation. That would be even better. Yes.
Okay, next person, please.
I would like to say that I have a project for a network that deals with the archaeological traces and the intangible heritage. So if you want to look for it, it's the Archaeological group, and we are working on these subjects, not all the heritage, but the archaeological heritage.
Could you please write your coordinates and information to Nigel, and then we are going to distribute that call.
Yeah. And I think it would be important also, I mean, ICAHM does a series of webinars online, and it would be interesting if some of the elements that we talked about yesterday and today could become part of one webinar of ICAHM. That would be also an idea. It'll be written down.
Right, and
Nigel is writing it down right away.
yes, and inform us about that. Any other comments? Yes. If not, I would also like to add a few remarks at the very end. My first observation, it's very obvious that the variety and the quantity and the quality of archaeological monuments is incredibly huge. Frankly speaking, we were talking only about the Europe and Mediterranean region only. So there is also the rest of the world with the specificity of their archaeological sites. If we're trying to count archaeological sites, it seems to me that we're talking about the millions of already excavated sites, remains, and millions not already excavated, but they will be open in the nearest future. For example, in my country, in Poland, now we face a storage of space to collect the findings due to construction of the roads. So if you're open the ground, everywhere we could find something. So still it would be millions of archaeological sites. That's one problem. The second problem is that because of the variety of archaeological sites, it was not clear for us the distinction between archaeological sites. It means they were hidden under the ground and excavated, and different forms of ruins, which sometimes are treated as part of the built heritage. Why that was so important? Because it was not obvious, not clear what kind of rules should be implemented to cover that area, because there is different specificity of those remains. They were hidden under the ground, and the ruins, which are the rests of the existing the buildings. And because of that, we were using very often different doctrinal documents, and that's the point number 3. Having such a great variety of those heritage in the scale, in characteristic, materials, climate, from all the perspective, of course, it is not possible to cover that great variety with simple rules, which has been described or inscribed in a few chapters of our doctrinal documents. And because of that, in the 30s, it was possible to cover the whole area in the Athens Charter. It was still possible to cover the whole area in the 60s when they produced the Venice Charter. But nowadays, because of the great variety, not only archaeological heritage, but also great variety other types of the heritage, we are producing new documents. Every year, we're producing new documents to timber structures, to the archaeological heritage, to industrial heritage, to the modern heritage, a great number of the documents. So it means, I'm repeating during our conferences, the theory of conservation is now fragmented. And that's the proper process, because we need specific rules which are important and obliging for the specific types of the heritage. We understand that the modern heritage, so-called modernism heritage, and industrial heritage is something different in comparison to the medieval ruins or to medieval castles, yes, or to the Baroque palaces. So, and that's okay. So we should a bit forget about the universal documents. And as Cynthia earlier mentioned, we need the guidelines describing the activity which is proper for the particular type of the heritage. Trying to establish typology of doctrinal documents, we have domains, typological groups of the heritage, and we have also regions, because heritage in China is different than heritage in Bahrain. So probably it is also useful to have the guideline for the excavations in Bahrain, different than the guidelines for excavation in Poland. But what could be common guideline? But the common and universal are conservation rules. They could be universal. What does it mean, conservation rules? It means, for example, that new contemporary additions could be different in comparison to the historical existing. This is the rule. Such a rule could be implemented for any activity. The same in Bahrain, the same in Poland, the same in Australia, because that's the rule. So we should differentiate the rules, which could be universal, and guidelines, which could be particular for particular groups of the activities. That's number 3. Number 4, we're confused a bit because we're discussing and we're not saying on which level we're discussing, because we could speak on the technical level. Yes, technical level of protection. For example, this is the problem of that mortar. This is the technical, which could be universal. Then we're talking on the second level, which is the management. That's already rooted in a specific environment. And nowadays, above that is the third level, which is the interpretation, stakeholders, and all these factors. So it is always necessary to say on which level we are talking. And our common understanding is possible in a different way on those levels. So that's important. From my perspective, we should mainly concentrate on that technique level, but because that could be universal, that could be more universal, much more in comparison to of course, always it is attached to the specificity of the place, but anyway, more universal, that discussion with the stakeholders. Of course, they are similar rules, but there is the specificity of the arguments, the condition of the society, the wellness of the society, the economic, absolutely, and politics also, of course. This is also additional factor, tradition of the local law, and so on and so on. So that also should be differentiated during our discussion. And fifthly, of course, you are invited. Please write your articles. Very soon we're going to distribute information about that. And again, please conclude your papers and try keeping in mind that we hope that your contributions, that your papers could be useful for someone. So please conclude your information. And it seems to me that, yes.
There are some comments, I think maybe some questions in the chat.
Simone, someone is asking from the audience, from online. Do we have connection?
Can we get the chat? Of course. Simone, can you show the chat?
Who is willing to say something?
Keeping comments in the chat. Can you bring up the chat?
What you want to show?
Just go and look at the chats. You go there and you open it and see what they are. There you go. There.
These are the messages. You want to show the people?
Nigel mentioned, I don't know what.
Okay.
Maybe they're
Yeah,
more,
no,
they're more
no,
interest. No,
but,
no question.
Okay,
No question, no question online. No,
okay,
no,
okay.
no one is asking something.
If you want to say people who are connected.
Please stay with us. So, dear colleagues, again, I would like to remind you, you will get soon information about our next conferences, our next meeting. You are welcome. And please, at the very end, I would like to express our gratitude for the co-organizer, and please applause for the Del Bianco friends for their hospitality, and we hope to see you again during our events and have safe travel home. Of course.
Yeah. May I come? So, yeah, thank you, Boguslav. Thank you, Cinzia. Thank you, everyone. It's a habit to say a few words, but very few to conclude our meeting. And again, in the 20th anniversary of the TheoPhilos committee, I would like to share my joy, because it's an experience that in spite of the time passing, meeting here every year and try to and meeting new friends and meeting new realities is something personally for me, but also for our foundation, to enriching our collaboration.
The color of our hair is a bit different.
Unfortunately, you are right. Maybe we have to something to cope with. But however, also on behalf of President Carlotta, Emeritus President Paolo, let me express my heartfelt thank. I wish you appreciate this experience. As I noted before, there are many new added friends from our point of view, and so we are eager with all of you to continue next year and the years to come to share your experience, your knowledge, your thoughts. Allow me to thank again all of you, and also people online and friends online that have over the last days supported our recent initiative of the appeal, Heritage for Building Peace. Apologize if someone of you have received a lot of mail inviting to do it. I thank you all those who have signed it. I encourage those who have not done to take a look. And if they agree the principles that are the principle of our foundation, to spur the creativity and the energies of young generation to the awareness of the need of protection and enhancement of cultural heritage and historical heritage for promoting the mutual knowledge, the mutual respect, the intercultural dialogue, and peace in the world. Allow me also to say a heartfelt hello of all the friends and people who couldn't join our conference because they are in places that unfortunately are suffering this lack of peaceful cohesion. And my heart is with them, and I'm sure also yours. And again, downstairs in the same room of our sculptures, stupore that embody the spirits of the foundation, who is still interested in supporting our appeal can scan the logo and sign online the appeal. Next Tuesday, we will meet Teresa, the president of ICAHM. We will be in Paris. And in order to open a new period of collaboration with ICAHM, our first memorandum date back 2013. And we would like to launch and renew this collaboration still in the name of the commitment of young generation to protect the cultural heritage, to enhance, to use it as a powerful engine for allowing people to know each other and respect, not to emphasize the diversity, but to use this diversity as a way to approach and respect each other. This is our mission. I don't want to bore you further. Thank you again. Thank you, Boguslav. Thank you very much, Cinzia. And thank you, all of you. We will wait for the next year. We will be, of course, also in Malaysia. Final detail, after so hard work, tonight, those who are interested, we can have a meal together, a dinner together at Cipolla Rossa. Osteria is very close, right the corner. I will be at the downstairs at the door of our headquarters, waiting for whomever would like to follow me. Otherwise, we can meet at 7. At 7, I will be downstairs, 1 minute's walk, and we will be at Cipolla Rossa for sharing a delicious Tuscan style dinner. This is the list. Someone who, if forget, can do it. Otherwise, we can enjoy the meal for next year. Thank you again, dear friends, everyone. And so enjoy the continuation of your stay in Florida. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Citizens. I do hope that you are that you are satisfied with our comment.
Very interesting. There's much to do so.
Yeah. So I do hope that you deliver your reports or information to your family.
Yeah. They met last night.